with the fourth summer course on Biology 2021. The summer course is a month-long event from October 18th to November 12th with the theme Bioscience Camp Indonesia to the World Molecular Science for Climate Change and Sustainable Living. This course is filled with online lectures brought by notable experts. The online general lectures theme is Youth and Science for Sustainable Development Goals, which coincides with Indonesia's Youth Pledge Day on October 28th, where we will discuss the important role of youth in science for SDGs and climate change movement. The event will be held into 2 sessions with amazing speakers from climate reality leaders from different branches, decision makers, as well as youth from the grassroots movement community. The link to attendance will be distributed on the second session, so make sure to stay for the whole event. And throughout the event, please keep in mind to keep your mics off when necessary, and we highly encourage you to turn on your videos. And if you have any questions or comments, feel free to write it down on the chat column. And don't forget to give reactions so we can know that you are engaged with the lecture. To open this general lecture, we will have an opening speech from Dr. Miftahuddin, Head of the Department of Biology. Dr. Miftahuddin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gina. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorable speakers, all participants and committee. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the online general lecture, Youth and Science for Sustainable Development Goals. This webinar is being held in conjunction with the fourth summer course on biology organized by the Department of Biology, IPB University. This is the fourth summer course organized by our department. And I hope the event like this will continue in the future. Usually we had the summer course by offline, but this time we had by online. Even though the summer course is held online, I hope it will not reduce the meaning and enthusiasm of all participants to continue learning, gathering experience in this field. This webinar also coincides with Youth Pledge Day, when 93 years ago, Indonesian youth declared a pledge as one homeland, one nation, one language, Indonesia. So we hope this event will also increase the spirit of the younger generation to continue to learn and work together for the nation and human welfare. Many prominent speakers in their field from many different countries are going to share their experience and knowledge, especially in the science and related science for SDGs. So I hope all participants will have new knowledge and experience in this field. So on behalf of Biology Department, IPB University, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to all speakers, participants, committees, and all partners, University of Nottingham, UK Indonesia Consortium of Interdisciplinary Science, Kyoto University, the Climate Reality Project, and the Department of Chemistry-IPB University, who have supported and participated in this online lecture. So finally, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, in the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful, I officially open the online general lecture, Youth and Science for SDGs. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Miftahuddin, for the opening speech and for opening today's online general lecture. Before we move on, let's take a photo session first. And for the committee, speakers, and also participants, please turn on your camera.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jenna. I will lead this photo together session. For participants who are still off cam and not having signal or other problems, maybe I can please you to turn on your camera. Okay, so there are two pages in here. I will start from page 1. Smile, 1, 2, 3. Okay, next page 2. Smile, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farika. Next up, we will have an art performance, a traditional Indonesian dance, Tari Jaipong. For the operator, please turn on the video, display the video. Thank you.
ngajak hengkang aduh manis kieu senggak geuning batu niat najan ucul geus dipesa tuh betitur pada kahong bawa kampong tentang kajebat sesobat mengejar sajadah oleh mogok mawar arek bawa kelek jajate.
Wow, what an amazing performance and a great way to start off today's online lecture and to set the excitement. Now, without a further ado, let's head on to the first session. And I will pass this on to Darren as the lead for the first session. Darren, you may have the floor.
Hi, Jenna. Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Dr. Miftahuddin. My name is Robertus Darren Radian, and I am here to moderate the first session. I myself am a climate leader trained back in 2020, together with Jenna and our other moderator, Samantha. And I am going to moderate our first session, which will be consisted of 4 speakers. We have experts, we have youth from the grassroots community, and we have a very diverse panelist today. But before that, I want to emphasize again that our topic is on youth and science and how both can correlate. You know, sometimes we want to know how those two can connect. So our speakers will be mostly talking about that and how the youth can collaborate with the science to combat climate change. But before we start, I want to greet all of the 4 speakers that we have today. First, we have Dr. Neil Stephen Lopez from De La Salle University and United Nations Environment Program. Good afternoon, Dr. Neil.
Hello, good afternoon, Darren.
Good afternoon. And then second up, we have Ibu Nelda Hermawan from PT Austindo Nusantara Jaya.
Good afternoon, Darren.
Good afternoon, Ibu. And then we have Tri Wibowo, Kak Tri from Youth Community Geopark Belitung.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon, Kak. And then last but not least, we have Dr. Kieran McCormack from Climate Reality Australia. Good afternoon, Doctor. Okay, I think he might not be here just yet, but he will be talking in the first session after Katri. So without further ado, let's jump into our first speaker. We have Dr. Neil Stephen Lopez, PhD. Dr. Neil Stephen Lopez is currently Associate Professor and Vice Chair of the Mechanical Engineering Department of De La Salle University, Manila, Philippines. In 2018, he was one of the lead authors of the United Nations Environment Global Environment Outlook Youth Report for Asia Pacific. In 2019, he became a national consultant of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization for the Philippine automotive industry. He earned his BS in 2011, his MS 2011, and PhD in 2018 in mechanical engineering. He also attended various institutions such as Florida State University, University of Oxford, and University of California, USA. So, Dr. Neil, the floor is yours. You have the next 20 minutes to present.
Thank you very much, Darren, for the introduction. So let me start sharing my screen. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So I'm happy to be invited to speak specifically for this event about youth and science because personally, I'm also part of the youth. So I'm only 32 years old. So I think I'm still part of the youth, right? So yeah, so this is I really like this topic, no, when we try to merge youth and SDGs. And so today I'm representing two institutions, no? So first, my home university, De La Salle University in Manila, Philippines, and also the United Nations Environment Program, now which actually sent the invitation to me, no? So as mentioned by Darren, in 2018 to 2019, no, I worked with UNEP, no, in writing this Global Environment Outlook 6 Youth Report, no, for the Asia Pacific region. No? So I did this with 12 other co-lead authors, no, and many contributing authors. No? So I'll show them in a few slides. Okay, so what is the Global Environment Outlook first? No? So this is basically the flagship publication, no, of UNEP, of the United Nations Environment Program. So the first Global Environment Outlook was published in 1997. No? So this was requested by the member nations, no, during that time. So basically, they wanted to know what's happening in the environment. No? So basically, the purpose of the report is to talk about the status, no, of the environment. No? It's a review of the environment. And then in the year 2000, they published Global Environment Outlook 2. And then we had Global Environment Outlook 3. And then the fourth one is actually entitled Pachamama, so which stands for Mother Earth, if I'm not mistaken. So this is actually the first youth-oriented version, no, of this report. I actually have an interesting story about this one because I have a colleague, no, I had a colleague during the when we were writing the youth report, no, whose dad used to work in UNEP, no? And so as a kid, no, as a child, he had this book in their living room. No? So imagine like you're 7, 8, and then you're reading about environment, the problems in the environment, now what we need to do. So this book was really instrumental to him now growing up, and it empowered him and encouraged him to pursue a career in sustainability eventually. And you know what? A few years after that, when he was already a professional, he eventually got to co-author, no, the next version of the youth report. So imagine, no, having this book being instrumental to your childhood, and then eventually becoming one of the authors, no, of the future version. And then we had GEO4, GEO5. So starting GEO5, the United Nations started to publish more sector-specific versions. So for example, they had another youth version of GEO5 entitled Tunza. And then they also had GEO5 for local governments, no? Because of the growing volume of knowledge, no, and data we have now about the environment. They had to publish different versions, no, for oriented towards different sectors. So they also had GEO5 for businesses. No? So how can businesses reduce their environmental impacts? Okay, and then the latest version currently is GEO6. So this is what we worked on. And for GEO6, they published a different version for each region. So imagine, no? So they now have a report for each tailored for each region. No? So you can download copies of these reports, no, for free from the UN Environment website. No? So you can easily, I have here the link on the screen, but you can easily Google them as well. About working on the GEO6 Asia Pacific Youth Report. So this was written by a lot of people. No? So it's only 50 pages, no, but it had 12 lead authors, no, and then it had like 20 to 30 contributing authors. No, so because we had so many authors, no, for this book, because we wanted to ensure the technical accuracy, no, of the data and facts and the issues we will be highlighting in this report. No, so this book was co-authored by various scientists, no, and professionals in the sustainability career, no, within Asia Pacific. And basically, the objectives of this publication are first, to provide a practical understanding of environmental issues, no, to our young professionals today. Because when you talk about sustainability, climate change, imagine you're talking to a banker or somebody who's working in a non-technical profession. When you start talking about climate change, sustainability, maybe they would get bored to you easily. No? So that's one of our goals here. Now, we want to provide a more practical understanding or explanation of these issues, no, in the environment. And then second, we want to create, no, a better appreciation of the SDGs for the youth. No? So in each chapter, we also talk about which SDGs are tackled, no, in each chapter. And the third one basically is to empower the youth to take action on environmental issues. So in this report, in certain sections, no, we inject ideas, no, on how the youth, no, can help mitigate the effects of environmental issues. So this report, no, so I'll be talking about the youth report now. No, so this report comprises of 5 chapters. No? So the first chapter is basically providing the backdrop, no, for the whole report. And the objective of the first chapter is to empower the youth to take action. Basically, the message in this chapter, no, is that we can do something about it. No? So we are not powerless as youth. Okay, so here we introduce the complexity, no, of the environmental challenge, like you have to manage social, ecological, and economic issues. So that's the first chapter. And then on the next 3 chapters, we try to focus on more specific issues. Okay? So for example, chapter 2, entitled Circle of Life, is talking about how to care for a healthy planet. No? So on this chapter, the focus is the planet, no? Nature. How do we take care of nature? And something that we emphasize here is that we don't just protect nature or take care of nature just for the sake of protecting it. No? So we also emphasize here that there are also a lot of benefits, no, we get from nature itself. No? There are a lot of ecosystem services. No? We call them ecosystem services. No? So, such that if we only take care, no, of the environment of nature, there are a lot of benefits, no, we can get, no, from the environment. So for example, no, so as you know, some of you, I think a lot of you would know or would be aware about this. No? So the trees help, no, absorb or reduce carbon emissions in the air. No? So because they need carbon dioxide to live. No? So total global CO2 emissions reduced by 8%, no, through conserving forests in the tropics. And then forests also provide 75% of world's accessible fresh water, no, for agriculture, domestic, urban, industrial, and environmental uses. No? And then we also have here an example about the rivers. No? So the rivers actually help filter a lot of contaminants, no, before they get to the main body of water. No? So we talk about this cycle also in this chapter. And something interesting also here is that because when we talk about water conservation, maybe we are limiting ourselves to conserving direct water use. No? So like, for example, the water coming out of our tap, no, of our faucets. No? But what we do not know is that everything, no, almost everything require water, no, to be made. So let's say, for example, to make 500 grams of bread, you would need 650 liters of water. So imagine that, no? Because the process, no, of making bread, growing the crops, no, you need to make bread, no, those will all require water. So we need to look at it from a life cycle perspective. No? So we show here in this chapter some cool and interesting infographics as well, no, to give you an idea about how much water consumption is needed, no, to produce different products, no, which we use in our daily lives. And here, so we also show the ecosystem benefits of mangroves, seagrasses, coral reefs, etc. No? So maybe these are the things we are not aware of. Healthy planet. No? Chapter 3 focus on the people, no, living on this planet. So what are the environmental threats, no, to us human beings, no, living in this planet? And then in this chapter, basically the theme is that we are asking the question: are our convenient lifestyles really sustainable? No, because it seems like we are walking in a thin line, not trying to balance environmental lifelines and economic development. So because basically that's what sustainability is trying to accomplish. No, so we are hesitant not to slow down economic growth, but we also don't want to sacrifice sustainability. So it's like walking on a tightrope, not trying to balance both, no, economic development and sustainability. And we discuss in this chapter a lot of issues, no, which include growth of cities, no, income inequality, problems of food and water security, CO2 emissions, etc. Yeah, so we also discuss here the problem of air pollution. So you see here levels of average particulate matter pollution, no, in different countries, no, in Asia Pacific. And then we also highlight here the rising, no, issue towards short-lived climate pollutants. No? And one key threat, no, rapid urbanization is creating also is the growing challenge, no, of food security. So because a lot of agricultural lands, no, are now being converted into residential areas, no, to commercial areas, no. So basically because of rapid urbanization, no. So one key project or solution we are highlighting here also is urban agriculture, no. So this is something interesting now. So we see a lot of examples in cities, no. Though there's still problems on costs, no? And then of course it requires some technology also for it to work, but it's something the youth, no, should also look into, no? So maybe this is something we can develop further, no? Urban agriculture. Plastic waste, no, is also a big problem now. So I'm sure you've seen this somewhere, no, in social media or anywhere. No, plastic pollution, no, is now a very big problem in our oceans, no. So believe it or not, these microplastics are now getting into our bodies as well. No? So because the fishes which eat these microplastics, no, are also the same fishes we eat, no? Sometimes, no? Especially if you are into like dried seafood. No? So because if you're eating dried seafood, you're eating the seafood, the fish in full, no? So you don't really get a chance to clean it up, remove the stomach, etc. So whatever microplastic the fish ate, no, it's also into your body now. So this is a problem not only for the fishes but also for us. No, it's also a threat, no, for our health. No, so microplastics. And another growing problem now is increasing electronic waste. No, so because recently there's been increasing utilization, no, of electronic devices. No, then maybe all of us changed our phones in like 1 or 2 years time. So what do we do with our old phones? No, we don't even have a consistent, no, recycling process right now. No, so yeah, so this is a growing issue, no, which also needs to be solved, no, by the youth today. No, so how do we manage electronic waste properly? And chapter 4, no, focuses on the built environment. Okay, so again, so chapter 2 was talking about healthy planet. Chapter 3 was talking about healthy people. And chapter 4 is now looking at the built environment. So what are the issues related to the built environment? So these would usually pertain to resilience and sustainability. So a key theme, no, which we talk about in this chapter is increasing urbanization. No? So with increasing urbanization, a lot of new issues arise. No? So for example, increasing climate-related disasters also, rising temperatures because of the heat island effect. No? So when you have a large area with concrete buildings. No? So there's the heat island effect. So we talk about that here too. And then limited natural resources. No? So we talk here about passive building design. No? And then we also talk about the cost, no, of renewable energy, the cost of different renewable energy technologies right now in Asia. So you will find that in this chapter also. And the last chapter, chapter 5, is basically a call to action, no, for our youth. No? So you see here two sides, no, or two versions of the same scenario, basically. No? So one is showing a future where we get to enjoy the environment for years to come. No? And the other one is showing, okay, we have cars, we have nice motorbikes, we have the very tall buildings, etc. But there's nothing left, no, for the future generations to enjoy. No? So it's our choice, no, basically, as the future of this planet. No? So in this chapter, we talk about what can the youth do also. No? So we try to synthesize everything, and basically our conclusion is that the youth should fight misinformation. No? So because now in social media, it's very easy to spread fake information, no? Or outdated information sometimes. No? So as the youth, no, we are very active now in social media. We have to fight misinformation. No? We should also encourage the people not to make decisions based on sound science. No? It can be your local mayor, it can be your school administrators, no? It can be your president, your prime minister. We should encourage them not to make sound decisions, no, based on evidence, no, based on scientific evidence. And something which we also emphasize here, no, is that okay, so you and me, no, the youth, no, we can do something, no. So we can say no to plastic straws, no. We can say no to single-use plastics. But at the end of the day, we won't be able to solve this problem, no, if we only focus on ourselves. So as the youth, what we really need to do is we need to band together, and we need to influence large corporations, no, and policymakers to take action, because only then will we be able to solve, no, these issues. No? Again, so you and I, we can do something every day, but if we will not be able to influence the large corporations, we won't be able to solve this problem sustainably. No? And then lastly, what the youth can also do is to share your opinions, no, and your solutions. No? So because if we keep the conversation going, no, about environmental issues, we can come up with better and more creative solutions. No? So let's just keep the conversation going. No? So I don't have the best solution yet, maybe. So maybe nobody has the best solution yet, but if we keep talking about these issues, like what we are doing in this lecture now, we will be able to find a better and more creative solution. No? And then I would like to end my talk, no, with a very interesting quote, no, I found from Maurice Strong, who was the first executive director of the United Nations Environment Program. You know, so the United Nations Environment Program was established to basically keep the environment under review. So basically that's their tagline, no? Keeping the environment under review. And then what's expected of them is basically to recommend policies, no, to national governments, no, on how the countries can mitigate environmental issues. And in one interview, Marie Strong said, you know what? Our process is the policy. The process is the policy. So basically, what they have done successfully since the creation of UNEP is basically to keep the conversation going. No? Since the first time they published GEO in 1997 up until now, that's what they have done. No? So they have kept people talking about the issues. No? And that in itself is already a big accomplishment, no? For humanity, for United Nations. No? So because if we stop talking about environmental issues, it will be forgotten. No? So thank you for listening. So I'll be happy to answer some questions later.
Thank you so much, Dr. Neil. I believe we have learned a lot from your explanation on the GEO 6. But yeah, we are going to collect some questions and for you to answer them in the Q&A section. Next up, we have Ibu Nelda Hermawan. She is currently the head of commercial of Sago and Edamame at PT Austindo Nusantara Jaya. She took the role of food technologist at McCormick.co in Hunt Valley, Maryland, USA. From 2000 till 2003, she earned her Bachelor and Master of Science at the Ohio State University in Food Science and Technology and published 2 journals on food safety and food science and technology. From 2000 to 2003, she also obtained certifications on baking and pastry and soups and stocks courses at the Culinary Institute of America, New York, USA. In the past years, she has also worked as Senior Business Development Manager for 4 years, as well as Senior Marketing and Account Manager for 10 years. Ibu Nelda Hermawan, you have 20 minutes to present.
Okay, thank you, Darren. Okay, I've shared my screen. It's up, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, all right. Okay, first of all, I want to thank IPB. I want to thank Dr. Miftahuddin and Bu Puji for inviting us, for inviting ANJ to this event, to be able to share with you among this other distinguished speakers on the topic of molecular science for climate change. So my name is Nelda, and as Darren mentioned, I am responsible for the Sago and Business Unit for ANJ, which is short for Austindo Nusantara Jaya. So a bit about ANJ, if you are not familiar with our company, we are a world-class agribusiness-based food company that elevates the lives of people and nature. Our operations span across the country. We have operations in palm oil, sago, edamame, and renewable energy. And today I'm going to be speaking specifically on our sago operation that is located in South Sorong, Papua. Okay, so before I start, I wanted to show you a little bit of a short video that sort of give a glimpse of what is the sago operation that we in the company of ANJ is doing.
Sagu adalah salah satu makanan pokok tertua di dunia. Tumbuhan asli dan kekayaan alami Papua, sagu merupakan bahan pangan strategis untuk mencapai ketahanan pangan Indonesia. Tahukah Anda bahwa Papua merupakan salah satu daerah penghasil sagu terbesar di dunia? Pati sagu yang dihasilkan oleh anak perusahaan kami, PT ANJ Agri Papua atau ANJAP, menggabungkan warisan budaya pertanian lokal dengan teknologi modern untuk memanen pati sagu dari hutan sagu alami di Papua Barat. Operasi kami menerapkan metode produksi yang berkelanjutan melalui pemanenan selektif, penanaman kembali, dan pemulihan tanah. Kami berupaya untuk meningkatkan produksi dalam skala yang lebih besar, seraya terus menjaga kehidupan alam, serta menjamin kualitas dan keamanan pangan. Proses produksi dua produk kami, pati alam dan sapapua, menerapkan standar yang ketat dan praktik terbaik. Penelitian dan inovasi merupakan strategi utama kami untuk mendorong peningkatan kinerja dan tingkat ekstraksi sagu. Oleh karena itu, model produksi kami dikembangkan berdasarkan penelitian dan penerapan inovasi yang sesuai dengan karakter alami pohon sagu di Papua Barat. Pati sagu yang kami hasilkan melewati proses pengujian laboratorium untuk memastikan kandungannya aman untuk dikonsumsi. Laboratorium teknologi pangan kami terus mengembangkan produk dan aplikasi pati sagu yang inovatif dan bernilai tambah. Kini, pati sagu dapat menjadi alternatif untuk membuat pancake yang bebas gluten, sehat, dan lezat. Pati sagu juga dapat digunakan untuk membuat santapan mie sagu yang nutritif, sehat, dan lezat. Kini, membuat berbagai jenis makanan favorit menjadi mudah dengan pati sagu. Cita-cita kami memaksimalkan potensi sagu sebagai pangan berkelanjutan yang turut mewujudkan ketahanan pangan nasional. Sumber karbohidrat yang memanfaatkan kekayaan warisan asli Nusantara.
Okay. So when Ibu Puji invited us to speak at this event, she wanted us to share our journey that we have done on the processing of sago, particularly Papua sago, and how it is connected to the youth, and in fact there are some SDGs aspects as well that is connected to the operations. So just a brief information about sago if you don't know what it is yet. So as you can see in that video, it is a palm type tree that is growing in tropical freshwater swamp forests. They typically grow in clusters of 3 to 5 trees. Their lifespan is approximately 10 to 12 years, after which they would naturally die after reaching that maturity stage. And typically we are harvesting the sago palms between 8 to 10 years. This is when just before they reach maturity stage, just before they die. And that's typically when the starch content is the highest as well. So the sago starch itself is harvested from the trunk of the tree. Sort of the pith of the trunk of the tree. Obviously, traditionally, other parts of the trees are used as well. The leaves and the bark is used as well. But for the sago starch purposes, what we are harvesting is the pith of the tree. Okay, sago is actually quite interesting. It is one of those native plant of Indonesia, and in fact, 85% of the world's sago forest is in Indonesia. And of those 85%, above 90%, so the majority of it is located in Papua. That is the naturally growing sago forest in Papua. There are sago plants as well in other islands of Indonesia, but at a much lesser hectare. Okay, so the potential role for sago for food security is something that needs to be explored, because as Dr. Neil was mentioning earlier, the population is growing. Everybody needs to eat. Everybody needs this source of food intake, and it's getting harder and harder to do that without changing the natural landscape of the earth. Sago could potentially be one of the answers to this issue. It is native to Indonesia's soil and climate. And because it is naturally growing, it does not need pesticide or fertilizer to grow. It's a non-seasonal plant, so it will grow year round. And it has a tremendous ability to stand extreme weather conditions such as flood and hurricane. It is a high productivity crop, depending on the land, depending on the trees, and depending on the area. It can produce between 100 to 300 kilograms starch per tree. And in our operation, there's about 30 to 60 harvestable trees per hectare, but there are researches that has shown that you can actually make it to above 100, depending on the land itself. So at the moment, it is really considered as a neglected and underutilized crop, something that that really requires further looking into in order to tap into this potential. And because it is a palm tree, it's big tree, as with many other big trees, it helps to conserve soil water. It helps to reduce drought and preventing forest wildfires. There are researches that shows that the roots of the sago trees help to neutralize the soil pollutants such as heavy metals that may be in the soil. And it can support biodiversity because, as I mentioned, our operation are actually harvesting the naturally growing sago forests in Papua. So it does not need a monoculture plantation. And as with a lot of big trees, it's very effective in absorbing greenhouse gas. There are researches and papers published as well on the matter that it is shown to be more effective in absorption of greenhouse gas versus other staple crops. And the emission that is created from the production of sago starch, it is also less, much lower than other staple crops such as rice, cassava, corn, wheat, and potato, which is right now the primary carbohydrate or staple source for people globally. And then there is these other factor of the fact that it is actually a functional food as well. This is something that a lot of people don't know about sago. It is gluten-free. And because of the nature of the starch granules of sago, it behaves like a prebiotic due to the resistant starch properties of sago. And when you create sago-based food, such as, let's say, noodle or rice analogs and things like that, you would actually have a low GI food. So that would help to, combat diabetes, help to maintain or manage a healthy cholesterol level. And there's research as well that shows that potentially it can help to prevent colon cancer. So there's more research that needs to be done on sago. This is by no means the end of it, So speaking about what the youth can contribute, there's a lot of other researches that we hope will be coming on to sago, because sago is sort of this, it's unknown, it's quite behind. If you think about other crops, soy or corn, tapioca, cassava, there's so much research about those crops, but sago is quite neglected. There are researches that we have that the IPB, for example, has done, but there's, we need to have more so we can understand more about this crop. So this is just a brief overview on how we process it from the tree to the starch. Just to show you sort of the sago, modern sago processing, what it looks like. After it's mechanically harvested, the logs are transported via these canals. These are built-in canals that the company builds to transport the logs from the harvesting area to the factory, because the lands there is very soft, and Papua, for a long time it has been forgotten, by our government. So there's the infrastructure there is still very traditional. It's still very simple. So there's a lot of things that the company is doing to support this ourselves. So when it reached the factory, then we would strip the bark. We would strip the bark to get the pith. Then the pith itself is mashed, and that's how the starch is extracted. Then after you get the wet slurry, it would be dried and packed for shipment. Okay. And in order to have a sustainable processing or sustainable production of sago starch, we are doing selective harvesting management, meaning we do indicate which tree is suitable for harvesting. So we don't just cut any tree, because we identified from the leaves, and then whether it starts to flower or not, and that, so we're doing selective harvesting management. We identify the trees that is ripe for harvesting. And as I mentioned before, it doesn't really require any fertilizer or pesticides, but we do nursery management, meaning the daughter plants. So sago trees, when they naturally die after, let's say, 10 to 12 years, they are survived by the daughter plants. You have the sucker plants that has started to grow. Those we do manage in order to improve their survivability rate. So some of those daughter plants are being transported, let's say, into a different land. We make sure that they get enough sunlight and all that to ensure that they grow properly. And as you can see, we are employing a modern starch industry equipment to ensure its hygiene and food safety. We don't use any chemical in the starch processing, which is used quite a lot in other starch processing. But really sago doesn't really need that. So we are just controlling the quality of water that we use for extracting. In terms of the waste management, obviously, any wastewater that is created needs to be ensured that it's safe to be put back into the stream. But what's interesting as well is the bark. When we strip the bark from the trees, we can use that as fuel as well to fuel the factory. Okay, so but right now there's still a big challenge in the commercial area for sago starch. A lot of people really don't know what it is. So when we're talking to the food industry, for example, not a lot of food industry know about sago. I mean, they may have heard about it, but they have never tried it. They have never tried it in their formulation. And so there's this lack of understanding. So this is something, again, maybe the youth can help, progressing with this matter to understand what is really the functional properties of sago in different types of food formulations to entice the industry to use it. Because currently because they haven't tried it, they're reluctant to experiment on it because it will be costly. And to top it all, the market price is still higher than, let's say, other crops such as wheat, tapioca, or cornstarch. Because wheat flour or tapioca is more mass produced, then you have the economy of scale. So the processing cost is lower. And then the processing cost for us to do it in Papua is so high that it's really prohibitive for us to have the price the same as, let's say, wheat flour, which is really low, even though we import all wheat flour to Indonesia. So that's on the food industry side. On the consumer side, there's also a lack of understanding of what is sago, what is sagu. Is it different than tapioca? Is it different than cassava, or cornstarch or rice flour? Where can I get it? A lot of people don't know about those functional health benefit of sago. If I do get that, how do I use it in cooking or baking? How does it behave? So there's a lot of lack of understanding in both areas. So what the company is doing in order to try to shorten the gap of that understanding is we have built in an in-house facility for what we call the application development. So we have an in-house team of young food technologists assisted by cooks as well. And this is where we explore the different functionalities, comparative functionalities to, let's say, tapioca, and try to come up with different innovative food formulations that we can show to the food industry and try to entice the food industry to, let's say, partially substitute wheat flour with starch, with sago starch. And some of those innovations we do show in our restaurant. So we do have, so the lab is at the same location as a restaurant that we have in Jakarta, in Menara BTPN. So, and that's open to public. So some of those we do showcase there so people can come and have a taste of the different sago-based foods. So just to show some of the things that our team of food technologists are doing. Actually, my team, a lot of it actually are alumni of IPB. So thank you, IPB, for giving us this tremendously bright young food technologists. So this is some of the things that they're doing. We find out that sago starch is quite beneficial in processed meats, in breading mix to improve crunchiness, or even in cookies as well. There is also a use for sago starch in rice and noodle industry. There is actually a company, a small niche company, that has started to produce sago rice analog. So this is 80% sago. They're combining it with sorghum flour and cornstarch as well. So it would be a lower glycemic index because it's from sago. And there's a potential for different gluten-free baked goods or desserts that I'm showing here. So all of these we do try in our lab and try to get more industries to get on board. And we realized that the youth has a very important role in anything that we're trying to put forth, any new thing that we try to put forth. And obviously social media is one of those things that we use to reach the youth. So the information about SAGO doesn't just circulate among the industry or among the academician, but we wanted to bring it forward. So we use Instagram, we use Facebook as well. We engage with influencers to showcase all the things that we have created. For example, noodle, we have in the restaurant, we have different sagu noodle dishes, and in the Instagram we also show how to make that that sagu noodle. Why noodle? Because Indonesians love to eat noodle. We consume a lot of instant noodles in a year, so hopefully some of it can be replaced with sagu noodle. But we know that the young generations, they like something that's that's new, that's different. Maybe they don't want traditional food, so we are trying to show that you can make interesting modern food with sago, such as aglio olio or quiche or popcorn chicken, pizza, and even like sushi. This is actually one of the recipe contest winner. We did a recipe contest to engage people more to experiment with the use of sago. So somebody submitted this recipe. So instead of the glutinous rice, you can replace it with sago noodle. And inspired by the Korean fever, tteokbokki is it's a common vocabulary now among the younger generation. So we're trying to make it with sago, and it's sago bokki. And you can also have different kinds of desserts or baked goods like pancake or boba, again, something that's quite trendy. So we wanted to show that it is possible to do all this with sago. And snacks as well. So all of these recipes, really, we are posting it on social media for free. So anybody, none of these are secrets just for the company. We want everybody to understand as much as possible. And just wanted to show you an example of like a recipe or tutorial that we show on our social media. So that's just an example on how we try to make it interesting for the young generations. So we hope to have more and more people know about sago starch. I saw in Dr. Neil's report before on like the different crops, sago is not there. So hopefully, maybe it will be in the radar of many people in the future. So our hope is to get sago starch to become a staple for food industries and also in consumer pantries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibu Dinelda Hermawan. I think sago, really, like from her presentation, we've seen how not only it's nutritious, but it's also beneficial for the environment, and it has everything that we need. But as what Ibu Nelda just mentioned, that we have to start that transition quicker because, you know, just seeing from the benefits, it's like non-seasonal, resilient, high productivity. So I think there's no reason why we can't, you know, transition to the more sustainable option that we have.
Yeah.
And of course, it supports our food security. So thank you so much, Ibu Nelda. We have a lot of questions for you, but we will keep it for our Q&A session at the end.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think we already have Ms. Dr. Kieran here. I just want to say good afternoon, Doctor.
Hi, yes. I'm not sure
Hi.
if you can see me.
Yes, we can see you. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So we're gonna talk. You're gonna present in a bit. So just want to say a good afternoon and welcome.
Great, thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Doctor. So next up, before we have Dr. Kieran, we have Kak Tri Wibowo. He's from Youth Community Geopark Belitung. So a little bit about Kak Tri is he's a 19 years old undergraduate student majoring in law at Diponegoro University. He is also the staff of Human Resources Department in the Belitung Geopark Youth Community since September of 2019. He was the lead of Sekaput, which was a forum event intended to promote Belitung UNESCO Global Geopark to 81 targeted schools as academic actors. Tri is also active in his campus communities, such as the Law Faculty Student Executive Board and Diponegoro Model United Nations Society. In July of 2021, he was awarded with the Outstanding Position Paper and Positive Impact Award by Kinda University in Japan. And he also, during the Istanbul Youth Summit in Turkey earlier this year, he was selected as the best delegate from 250 male participants. So, Kak Tri, the floor is yours. You have 20 minutes to present.
All right. Thank you for the moderator that giving me time for the presentation today. Just want to make sure that my screen is visible now.
Yes.
All right. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So first thing first, I would like to thank for the IPB University that having to inviting us, Belitung Geopark community, to contribute for this standing webinar. And I would like to convey that Happy Indonesian Youth Place Day for all the youth of Indonesians. And hopefully with this youth movement, it will raise our enthusiasm to develop Indonesia to the science and also our factual contribution at the end of the day. I would like to introduce myself first. My name is Tribo. I am representative of Belitung Geopark community. And today I would like to talk about the youth and science in developing geopark. Then we are going to talk about a major topic that I want to discuss on this chamber. Well, in our discussions today, we will discuss about 7 major topics based on the experiences of our community of developing geopark and also various aspects in it, including about existing biodiversity in Belitung Island, and overall, the outline of discussion today will further discuss regarding by following these structures. All right. So on the next, I will give you a bit glimpse regarding the Belitung overview. So I hope that participants be able to get what I'm talking about. Just imagine that I'm your guide tour. Now we will describe you about what we have done, and I just disclaimer a bit. What I want to convey for all the participants on this chamber, obviously coming from our experiences in regard to how do we take part on the developing of Belitung Island. So maybe you can see a lot of examples instead of theory, because I just want to make all the participants be able to feel in person touch. At least, let's say this kind of material is about the virtual tour in Belitung Island, and as the host, I will welcome to you to journey. Right. Okay, on this part, as we can note together that Belitung right now is recognition as the UNESCO Global Geopark. So I want to talk about the UNESCO Global Geopark. UNESCO Global Geopark are integrated geographic areas where international geological sites and landscape are managed under the concept of holistic protections, education, and sustainable development through the bottom-up approach or bottom-up principles. Currently, there are 120 UNESCO Global Geoparks spread across 33 countries, and of those is located in Belitung Island, and Indonesia has a 6 UNESCO Global Geopark until now. So before we're talking about the role of the youth community for the implementing the sustainable development goals, I would like to give you a study case that evaluates Belitung. will we engage with the thought of American sociologists, target persons, reduce that evolution cannot be separated from the process of human adaptations. Within the process of evolutions, the society must be able to adapt all the challenges that come from era to era. Therefore, why do you have to be taking into the concern to this simply because there are social changes in our society, and it cannot only be stagnant, but in the proposition, it is dynamic. Let's take a look. Here I divide the evolution of Belitung consists of four era, in which we're going to talk about the maritime, agriculture, mining, and the last is tourism. For the maritime, Belitung under this era became a trade route for work in the heyday of the Hindu Buddhism, which can be seen from several relics, such as the Buddhist and Belitung cultural assimilations proven by many Buddhist temples founded in the Belitung Islands. And Belitung has a community for this settlement on the coast. The next is agriculture. After the maritime era that exists, it is finally began the transitions to the population from the around the coast to the middle of Belitung, which led the land clearing. The foreign from the transfer paper plantation appeared considering the climate of Belitung that matched the plantations appear. Considering the climate of Belitung at match, until now there are still paper plantations in Belitung, which makes Belitung one of the largest paper sources in Indonesia. And this is talking about the mining after we already know that Belitung has the agricultural potential. The time mining that started in the 70s and the society that resolved around the industry is an important element of the history of Belitung. However, mining in Belitung causes a lot of environmental damage due to emergence of several illegal mining businesses. By that, the potentials of Belitung is turned into the tourism sector as we can see now in the current circumstances. The record about Biri of Belitung have actually been documented in the late 50s, but indeed, at the time, mining still looked over the economic sectors in Belitung. Furthermore, in the early up 2000s, have started small step in Belitung tourism advocacy because after going through the various kind of solutions, Belitung potentially is better directed toward the tourism with eco-friendly approach. Okay, so from the study case that I have stated previously regarding the evolutions of Belitung, it can be concluded that social changes is actually happening in the real time, but natural resources are not necessarily changing except the quantity. To optimize this potential, a principle of sustainable development is needed. At the end of the day, at the core of development can provide beneficial aspects as well as the nature conservations, not only for the current generations, but for the next generation. That can be the SDGs, and that's how the geopark appeared in Belitung Island. Right. So why UNESCO Global Geopark? Okay. With the circumstances that I have mentioned earlier, it is very clear that we, as young people, want a progressive movement in building an era under the recognition of UNESCO Global Geopark. With the privilege at the UNESCO Global Geopark, in order to make the status not only limited to being a privilege of names, but status we got will provide significant benefits for people's life. To make your understanding clearly regarding the principle of geopark, there are three main pillars in the geopark, in which consists of education, conservation, and economy sustainability. These three pillars cannot be separated from each other because the three pillars are the goal of how the geopark development should be addressed. Starting from the education until the output that will be increase the total revenue of the local community per capita to be a measure of whether the geopark will be able to guarantee the welfare of local community at the end of the day. Okay, next, we're going to talk about Belitung. Why Belitung has been recognized as UNESCO Global Geopark? Well, it is not that really easy to have the status for the UNESCO Global Geopark. Keep in mind, not all areas can be proposed as geopark, since the recognition process to become geopark is quite complicated. The area that will be designated as a geopark at least has a unique height value that distinguishes it from other areas. In Belitung itself, for instance, There are two leading points which are believed to be one of the indicators why the recognition process for Belitung quickly became a UNESCO Global Geopark, including the biological and cultural diversity, Belitung tall granite landscape, and the unique sandstone. Whether theoretically, UNESCO Global Geopark is recognized three main unique points that should be included into the UNESCO Global Geopark, which consists of the biodiversity, geodiversity, and cultural heritage. So it should be have the relevance between one and the other. Okay, so next, I will talk about, role of youth involvement in SDGs. Okay, based on the history that we have discussed about, social change will definitely happen. Through the Belitung Geopark community, we believe that there are at least 5 roles of youth in SDGs to how do we develop our UNESCO Global Geopark in Belitung Island. The first thing that I want to address on this discussion is talking about the critical thinker. So part of being youth involves making sense of personal experiences and asking questions about the world around you. So you have to acknowledge that youth have the capacity to identify and challenge existing power structures and barriers to change, and to expose contradiction and biases. What we have to done in Belitung Geopark community, we are recently doing the FGD or focus group discussions in our internal members to distinguish what kind of thing we should implement in every single geosite in Belitung. The next one, we are going to talk about the change maker after we do a critical thinkers about the problems that we face today. So young people also have the power to act and mobilize others. Yet activism is one of rise the world over, bolstered by broader connectivity and access to social media. That is the next step from the previous one after we did the focus group discussion that I've mentioned earlier. Usually we have the final idea, and the final idea is coming from the previous solutions in which not giving the best opportunity for geosite. But that we have to do a lot in change in order to make beneficial effect for Belitung Island. Next one is going to talk about the innovator. Yes, youth has involvement in SDGs in terms of innovator. It is actually has relevance with the change maker in addition to bringing fresh perspective. Young people often have direct knowledge and insight into the issue that are not accessible to adults. Youth has the best, I do believe that youth has the best understanding to the problem that they face and can offer new ideas and alternative solutions suitable with the current circumstances. The next one is we're going to talk about communicators. So aside of the international development sector, few people are aware the word leader have come to history for researching agreement to improve the life of the people, the planet by 2030 as the mandate under the Sustainable Development Goals. The young people can be partners in communicating the development agenda to their peers and communities at the local level, as well as the across countries and regions. So what we have done, we already giving a floor for teenager under the age of 18 to take part on our project to this couple. So after that, we are so active in sending delegations in increasing the member of capacity building as well as strengthen working relationship with youth in Geopark in Asia Pacific. The last one is the crucial one. I think it is talking about the leaders. So when young people are empowered with the knowledge of their rights and equipped with the leadership skills, they can drive change in their communities and countries. Young lead organization network in particular should be supported and strengthened because they contribute to development of civic leadership skills among the young people, especially for the marginalized youth. So this is our change as a youth. What role do you want to be? Whether do you want to be innovator, or you don't want to be critical thinkers, or maybe you want to be change maker, or even the leader for your community, it depends on you. And I bet you have to be to discover what potentially do you have. And I do believe that all of the participants here, in terms of the youth community or something, just have that capacity for within your own way, certainly. Okay. Next. Okay. This is the BGYC's gallery. Like I will give you a scheme for the research activities conducted by Belitung Geoproject community based on our plan and design and our midterms and long-term proposals. In this slide, I would like to explain first. This is our activities was the first research for discovering new geosite in southern part of Belitung, namely geosite Tanjung Rusak. This is not legally will be recognized for the geosite because we're still under the research for this geosite. So practically, these research have been conducted after the recognition by UNESCO. And basically speaking, indeed, the southern part of Belitung has only one geosite, and this is our next step to expand the potentials of Belitung Geopark to be recognized as the one geosite. Okay, here you can see that there are BGYC's researcher. Our research is not that really large of our community because this research is based on volunteering from BGYC's colleges. Our research is actually divided into several divisions that deal with several different matters. Each of division is divided into the geology divisions. We have biodiversity conservation divisions, the economic analysis to, for the community surrounding of the geopark. And we do have the linguistic and cultural division, which I am part of these divisions to discover the cultural and the linguistic aspect for the communities around the geosites. And we have the gastronomy division, which will be studying regarding the study of food and culture, and then the folklore division and to collect the mythic and custom of local communities, and as well as communication continuation based on tourism design divisions. That is why we the research we have done in terms of the developing the existence of geopark in the Sustainable Development Goals proposed. So in total, our members come from the different academic background. So between one division, it will be focused on interests of their discipline to facilitate later data processing. And then what we hope for our research at the end of the day, our research can be published in the media in the credible publication so that it can be added to treasures of readers who do not know about the development of geoparks. As you can see, the concept that we've implemented in this movement is using bottom-up principle, where the concept of bottom-up principle is conceptually strong enough because small areas able to manage their resources independently and are disintegrated with other areas which allow local areas to develop themselves. So there's no reason for us as young people to feel not to be supported, because if you start from the beginning, aka in the ground, there will be assistance come to you either from the government, even internationally, and we felt that it works. Okay, in this slide, I will talk about the study case of biodiversity conservation challenges in Belitung. We have to look in the statistics today that the Earth biodiversity is in grave danger. In the present era, human beings are the most dangerous cause of destructions of the Earth biodiversity. And this is one of our endemic primate is tarsier, and it is unfortunately this term of threatened because due to the Earth biodiversity grave danger in Belitung UNESCO Belitung Geopark. So wisely speaking, to respond this kind of statistical, youth can play a special role in protecting and restoring the nature. Youth are the backbone of the nation and have a role to play in environmental and conservation effort that will improve livelihoods. They can exchange the future of the society with their well-being and courageous behavior. Therefore, there is a necessity to create awareness and cultivate the next generations of conservationists. Right, so next, okay, why do we have to empower youth? There are several points that I want to address why do we have to empower youth. The first thing that youth have raised ideas and develop ideas that are out of the book and have sustainable value according to the times and directions of their thinking. And then youth have the high enthusiasm and curiosity become a force in community development. And the next one, or the third one, the youth able to be a bridge between the traditional society and modern society that will be, produce the ideas that will be connected between the traditional one and the modern era. And the last one, logically, youth will be lifelong learners, so that more creative ideas will be expressed. Okay, on these slides, I will talking about the youth action to preserve biodiversity. So for the youth communities in this chamber, I think you should taking into the consider what action do you want to be involved. And here are the several things that you will be can implement into your community. For instance, you can protection rehabilitation of scarce sites, and then you can strengthening and supporting community conservation areas. You can do the monitoring the status of representative ecosystem across the countries, as well as you can conducting research on the structures, function, and interactions amongst and within ecosystem. And you can be the volunteer for your local wildlife trust, community garden, or conservation group. Now you can choose whatever you want to be, and you can change the era to be better sustainable development goals implement in your area. Okay, the last one, I think that's all for the Little Gilbert youth community. I just want to emphasize for the youth community all over the world. Mahatma Gandhi told that Earth provides to satisfy every man's needs, but not every man's dream. Let us follow a sustainable lifestyle and let us leave a healthy planet for the next generations. Let us stand united in this endeavor to maintain healthy environment to future we want. So let's all preserve the nature for our better future. I think that's all for my discussions today. So if you guys had any questions regarding the discussion, or maybe my explanation is not that really clear for you, I'm terribly sorry. And hopefully we can discuss more about more complexity in discussion in regard to save our Earth. I think that's all. For the next, I will give you floor for the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katri Wibowo, for explaining and being our tour guide for today to go with you to Belitung Geopark. It's amazing that we can see like the insights just through Zoom. So that's really interesting, and I really appreciate you mentioning those 5 roles that youth can play part. And then I think there is one question that you will answer at the end, but someone is curious about how we can contribute to the community and to participate actively in it. But keep the answer for our next for Q&A session. But thank you so much. And then I think next we will have Dr. Karen McCormack. So a little bit about him is he's a sustainability communications specialist with over 20 years of experience in Australia, Europe, East Africa, and Japan. He has worked with a wide range of organizations in the corporate, civil society, university, and government sectors. Dr. McCormack joins Melbourne Sustainable Society Institute as program coordinator of the local branch of the Climate Reality Project, TCRP, and was trained as a climate leader in Brisbane in 2019. In his previous role, Dr. Karen was responsible for communications and for an ethical investment fund manager, and earlier in his career, he delivered sustainability and community engagement projects for local councils and the Victorian government. He was also corporate responsibility advisor for ASX-listed census and has coordinated energy efficiency and conservation research programs for Brotherhood of St. Lawrence and Earthwatch Institute Australia, respectively. Dr. McCormack, the next 20 minutes is yours.
Thank you so much, Darren, for that introduction. I feel kind of old, to be honest, listening to to all of those things. I wish I was able to say, here's the one job that I've done all my life. And it would make it easier for you to introduce me also. Look, I'm going to just bear with me for a moment, everybody, while I share my screen. Let's make sure this is going to work properly. So Darren, tell me in a moment if this is working okay, or if it's not.
Yes. Sure.
Okay, so can you see my slides?
Not yet.
Not yet. Let's see. Sorry, folks. Share that screen. All right, how is that?
Yes, now we can see your desktop.
Okay, good. Now I want to try and get back to the beginning. A very good place to start. So yeah, so thanks. So the screen that you're seeing, are you seeing my speaker notes or just the slide?
We're seeing little tabs. I think you should put it on full screen, maybe.
Let's try this. Okay,
Yeah.
Are you seeing just the slide?
Yeah, it's loading.
Okay.
Now we can see it.
Sorry about that. Okay, so thank you, Darren. Thank you, Dr. Rianti, for inviting me to speak today to this very exciting program.
Oh,
hello, everybody.
Sorry, Dr. McCormack. I think you need to put it on full screen because we can see your.
Oh, you can see my notes. That's a bit embarrassing. Okay, hold on. I'll try this. Bear with me for a second. Okay, can you just see a slide?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's start that again. So thank you, Darren. Thank you, Dr. Rianti, for inviting me to be part of this program. I want to...
Oh gitu.
Oh, sorry.
The joys of Zoom, huh? So I just want to get my timer set so I'm not going over time for you. Okay, so thank you again. And I want to, first of all, acknowledge where I'm coming to you from. So I'm coming to you from Melbourne, Australia, and I want to pay my respects to the traditional owners of the lands where I'm coming to. And that's the Wurundjeri people. And I want to pay my respects to their elders from the past, those who are with us today, and those younger elders who are coming through. A little bit about myself. As I said, I'm working for the Climate Reality Project. If I can just get this moved on. Okay, so I'm working for the Climate Reality Project here in Australia. But previously, just to give you a little bit of my own backstory, I grew up on a dairy farm in Ireland, and that was probably where I first, that's what probably first sparked my interest in environmental issues. And I guess, so I did a degree in business, then I worked for television companies in Ireland in market research. From there, I worked as an English language instructor, teaching English as a second language and an English language examiner. So for example, I worked in the Czech Republic. I taught English for 3 years in Japan. I then moved to Australia. And then I started to reflect on the things that the area that I wanted to work in. I wanted to make sure it was something that I was really, truly passionate about. And I realized that was environmental issues, but I didn't know where to start with that. And so I did lots of volunteering on biodiversity issues and all sorts of projects. And then that led into some paid work, leading other groups of volunteers. From there, I moved into corporate sustainability. And then from there, as Darren said, I worked for some government departments. So I worked on energy efficiency for the Victorian government here in Melbourne. I worked for some local governments on a whole heap of environmental issues, including climate change and energy. And then most recently, my previous role was in ethical investment. And now, as Darren mentioned, I work for the Climate Reality Project. And so for anyone who's not familiar with the Climate Reality Project, that is the charity that was set up by the former US Vice President Al Gore. And it essentially is about training people from all walks of life on the science, on the science and solutions of climate change. And the reason that I mentioned just before all of those organizations that I worked for and areas that I've worked in was that I just wanted to impart to you that as younger people, I often hear younger people telling me, oh, I don't know what I should do with my life and what do I need to focus on? And my advice would be don't stress too much about getting it right at the beginning. You can always change your career, and I'm proof of that. You know, you can change your career dramatically. And in fact, every career is going to be a climate career in the future. We're going, you know, whether you work in health, whether you work in biodiversity, whether you're a scientist, a teacher, the climate issue is going to be so all-encompassing. It already is so all-encompassing that every job is going to be a climate job in some shape or form. So to talk a little bit about my work with the Climate Reality Project, well, we cover the area that you can see on your screen. It's about a third of the surface of the planet. Australia is the biggest landmass, but you've got a lot of island nations in the mix as well. From there, just to talk a little bit about the region and some of the issues that they face. So the Pacific is sometimes talked about as being the area that faces the first and worst impacts of climate change, or among the first and worst. And that's because many of the Pacific Island nations, of course, are low-lying archipelagos or atolls, and the threat of things like sea level rise is hugely important. And in some cases, it could mean that they have to relocate on it. It's already having dire impact. So the Pacific region as a whole is one of the lowest emitters in the world. It has 0.23% of global emissions, and yet it faces things like king tides, catastrophic cyclones, sustained drought, saltwater intrusion, etc., etc., etc. So to give you an example of this, one of the nations in the region, Kiribati, in the central Pacific Islands in Micronesia, it's one of the lowest lying nations in the world. It's a set of 33 islands covering 3.5 million square kilometers, and on average it sits only 1.8 meters above sea level. And Kiribati has already purchased land in Fiji in preparation for the day that hopefully won't come, but in preparation in case it does come, when they have to relocate all of their people to higher land, and they don't have that land, so that would be in Fiji. This is the kind of how severe these impacts are for some of these countries. Even here in Australia, you know, we've got the islands, the Torres Strait Islands off the northern coast of Australia that sit between Australia and Papua New Guinea. In some parts of the Torres Strait Islands, sandbags are all that keep high tides from flooding their homes. Looking then at the SDGs, because I've been asked to reflect on the SDGs, and so many of you, I'm sure, are aware that the SDGs were formulated in 2015 and signed up to by 194 countries as the best way to jointly address societal inequalities and human impacts on our natural world. And so, you know, as someone who has done a lot of work in communications and sustainability, I really love the SDGs for their communicative effect, because they just make some of these huge, seemingly intangible, seemingly distant issues real for people. They're very easy to understand in the framework that's presented in the SDGs. But and I used that in my previous role in ethical investment. I published their sustainability report, and so this is one of the first ethical investment fund managers in Australia. And so I published their sustainability report, and we did an exercise where we mapped all of the 17 sustainable development goals based on their importance. And on the vertical axis, you can see how important those 17 SDGs were to the stakeholders, and then along the bottom, how important they were to us as a company. And you can see the relative size and importance they are to each other. In the top right-hand corner, you can see SDG 13, which is climate action, was the most important SDG, both to the company itself and to our stakeholders. So then to move on from there to talk about SDG 13 itself, the text that's provided is that it's to take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. And within SDG 13, you've got 5 targets. One of those targets includes a focus on elevating and amplifying voices that for far too long and far too often are left out of discussions around climate and left out of the international climate negotiations. And these groups include women, local and marginalized communities, and youth. Youth is specified within that particular target. Are you seeing a slide with a black background? Why we need your voice?
Yeah.
Are you? Yes, good. Okay. So moving to why we need your voices, all of you here on this call, your youth voices for climate. Well, it's about justice, social justice, climate justice. So as we mentioned before, many of the people, many of the communities that have contributed the least to the problem are exactly the ones that are being worst affected already. And they are the ones who, if the current situation continues, are the ones that are going to be most affected in the future, including young voices. So the COP26 5-yearly climate negotiations are kicking off this weekend. That's the 2-week negotiations that are happening in Glasgow, Scotland. In those negotiations, there's going to be a lot of talk about the year 2050 and setting net zero emissions targets for 2050. So 29 years away. That might seem a long time away for many of the people on this call. Well, there'll be a lot of talk as well about 2030 as an interim target. 2030 is obviously only 9 years away. And that's a critically important time frame for us all to be thinking about, and for us to be pushing our leaders to be making the most rapid, ambitious targets and cuts to emissions that are possible to achieve 1.5 degrees and stick to the 1.5 degree target that was set in the Paris Agreement. And when I think about the things that inspire me, I think it's important for all of us to look at this big issue of climate change and ways that we can be effective in addressing it. And it's important to reflect on what's meaningful to us as individuals and communities. So one of the things that inspires me is the fact that I've got a young son. He's 4 years old. And to give you an example of some of the instances that are important, for me, many of you would remember the huge bushfires that we had in Australia 2 years ago, the so-called Black Summer bushfires. So my son was 2 years old at that time, and we had to pull the whole family up and evacuate 5 times over that season. And I clearly remember New Year's Eve in 2019, when we had traveled a long way. We drove to meet our friends and go camping with them. No sooner had we arrived there and met our friends and so on, that and we saw, when we were arriving, we saw a column of smoke in the distance. And we had the ranger from the park came to us and said, "I'm really sorry, but there's a bushfire that has just started. You need to pack up and leave straight away." So we did that, packed up, jumped in the car, drove back for hours and hours and hours. That small bushfire then became part of the huge bushfire that engulfed Australia, and the smoke was seen all over the world. Greta Thunberg, nobody needs an introduction to Greta Thunberg and the school strikes for climate. That's another thing that is one of the inspirational moments. So I attended the school strikes for climate in Melbourne in 2019, where there were over 100,000 young people and old people. But of course, those strikes were happening the world over. So many of you would remember where you were at that time. This was the climate march in Sydney. This is actually in 2015, so just before the Paris Agreement talks that happened that year. But many of you would remember where you were, as I said. This was the climate marches in Bolivia, 2019, Colombia with indigenous peoples there, Ecuador, Guatemala, 2019, Mexico. You know, so this was a worldwide phenomenon. And just look at what Greta Thunberg has been able to kick off. And she's not trying to claim the glory for herself. She wants all young people and all older people to listen to young people on this. Here's an example of another group of young people taking action and making huge change. This was a group of 8 young school children. A few months ago, they brought the person on the left, by the way, is not a school child. She's an 86-year-old nun who worked with this group of 8 school children to bring a case through the courts in Australia against the federal Minister for the Environment in Australia. It was around a decision that the federal minister was making around the expansion of a coal mine, and what the minister would have to consider to either approve that expansion or not. And so this court case was and it was successful in the judge saying, yes, the federal minister for the environment must consider young people when the minister is making any decisions like around a coal mine. And so that's a precedent that has been set now for all future environmental decisions by the minister. And that's a group of 8 teenagers. Next up, I've given you here a table of what are called the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions. Don't get too caught up in the terminology. Essentially, it's a list of all the countries, as you can see here, where they sit in relation to the 1.5 degree target that all countries have signed up to as the target to reach in their climate policies. As you can see, the only country in the world that whose policies are compatible with 1.5 degrees is the Gambia in Africa. In the highly insufficient policies column is Australia, Indonesia is in there, New Zealand is in there. So essentially the message is most countries are nowhere near, their policies are nowhere near where they need to be in terms of keeping climate change at 1.5 degrees. And this is what needs to be negotiated over the next fortnight in Glasgow. I thought I'd share with you, we held a forum a few weeks ago with the Honourable Al Gore, with some really respected leaders across the Pacific region, prime ministers, presidents, civil society leaders, youth leaders. And one of those youth leaders was a youth activist from Samoa, Okalani Mariner. So I'd like to just play a little clip from Okalani, if I may. Hopefully the sound works for you. Tell me if it doesn't.
I don't think we can hear the sound.
Oh, you can't?
Yeah.
Okay, look, I think it'll probably take me a minute or two to line up the sound. So what I'll do is I will, in the chat, I've already put a link to the forum. I'll skip past this. Essentially, this is something that we're putting out on social media. I'd actively encourage you to really engage with the social media campaign, with the video clip, with all the social media tiles that I've provided to you in the link. But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about some of the actions. People often want to know, well, what is it that I can do as an individual? And, you know, there are things that we can do as individuals. If we can have a say over the power that we use, it's good to switch it to renewable power and limit gas, for instance. Anybody who's got a bank account, make sure it's with a bank that doesn't invest or limits its investments in fossil fuels and invests in climate-friendly projects. The same with insurance, the same with investments. One of the best things you can do is using your vote in elections, whether that's your national elections, your local elections. Make sure that your vote is going to a politician or to a political party who is doing the right thing on climate change. Get collective, get active with a group of people. We can all do things individually, like as you can see, you know, growing your own food, composting your own food so that we limit the amount of methane that comes from landfill, reusing products and so on. These are all individual actions, but you know, some of the most powerful things we can do is actually just raise the topic of climate change within your peer network, within your student circles. Join a climate action group. Again, make your vote. If you've got a vote, if you're old enough to vote, make sure it's voting for in an election for someone who's going to do something about climate change. I'm just going to quickly pull up the link again that I mentioned before. In fact, you know what, I think I'm running close to the end of time. So I'm going to have this link on my final slide. I'll skip past this slide. Use your voice, use your vote, get together with other people who want to vote the same. Use every choice that you make in your life to make sure that it aligns with what needs to happen on climate change. Use these choices like your world depends on it, because the planet depends on it. Your world does depend on it. And finally, just thank you again to Darren, to Dr. Rianti. Thank you to all the participants for listening to this. You can see my details, my email address is up on the screen. Feel free to reach out to me. I've put the link there to the forum that I mentioned before. It's got a highlights reel with Al Gore and those Pacific voices. It's also got a heap of fact sheets which explain very simply what is climate change, what is COP26, what is climate justice, what is climate finance, why are these things important, why are the 2030 targets important. So have a look at those resources in the link, and it's in the chat as well. Share the materials that we've provided for social media, share those widely through your networks, and I'll stay on the call and happy to take some questions, and hopefully I've got the answers for you. But thank you again to everybody.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sierra McCormack. I mean, from your presentation, we can see how the youth are mobilizing this movement and how we are leading and spearheading changes and everything. So thank you so much for featuring that on your presentation. Now I think we can move on to our Q&A session. So for each one of our speakers, we already prepared some questions, at least one. So I do want to start with Dr. Neil. So Dr. Neil, and I mean all of the speakers can come back, and then we'll see with the first question. So Dr. Neil, in your perspective or experience, how do you engage the climate or environmental or biodiversity issues to youth in formal education level?
In informal education, how do we implement, can you repeat your question? Yes. Biodiversity.
So how do you engage the climate, environmental, and biodiversity issues to youth in formal education level?
Yeah. Actually, I think in formal education, it is easier, no? So because we can customize the curriculum, no? So we can customize the course content, no? So for example, I think this would be when you're talking about biodiversity, I think this would be easier to integrate in the sciences. No? So like for example in biology programs, no? But for example in my case, I'm with the Department of Mechanical Engineering, no? So we have the option to offer up to 2 electives, no, for our students, no? So depending on the expertise of the faculty, we can create an elective about these things, no, about biodiversity, environment, sustainability.
Thank you, Dr. Neil, for answering the question. And next we have a question for Ibu Nelda. The question is from Dadang Hilman. And the question is, how potential sago plantation in order to support climate change mitigation and adaptation target, and what policies needed to make more sustainable use of sago? Maybe just to reword the question. So how do you exactly, how does exactly sago plantation can support climate change and mitigation and preventing it? And what kind of policies needed to be implemented to make this sago a sustainable food source?
Okay, thank you for the question. I think it's like this, as what we had said before, we need food, right? So a lot of these lands are being transformed from what was natural before into, let's say, rice fields. We see it everywhere in Indonesia. A lot of these lands are being transformed into rice fields. But if we started to eat sago, for example, we don't have to convert those sago forests into rice fields. We can just harvest them because they're going to die anyway. After 10 to 12 years, they're going to die anyway. So if we harvest them just before they die and make them into these substitute for rice or wheat flour, we don't have to convert those lands. So then with that, we are helping the climate, because as a forest, it gives us more benefit rather than having all of these lands converted to let's say rice fields or other wheat fields or things like that. And what kind of policies? That's really a great question. It's really something that we have been pushing, we have been lobbying, we've been talking to governments. It's a slow process, but we hope we will get there. For just Indonesia itself, we are importing a lot of wheat flour. If there is a policy of, let's say, if you're using wheat flour, just substitute, I don't know, 10% of it with sago, it would certainly help. We would reduce our dependence on wheat or rice, and then we start replacing it with sago. Currently, it's like we're struggling to offer this, this product, because people are like, nah, it's more expensive, So it's a cycle that doesn't end until some radical change is implemented.
Thank you, thank you, Ibu Nelda, for the answer. And definitely, yeah, I truly agree. Like even 10% will make a difference.
Yes,
and that
absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, like it starts small and then you
Yes.
make bigger changes and bigger shifts.
Yes.
But
yes.
we do need to start
Yes.
somewhere. Yeah.
Exactly.
And then I think next we do have a question for Katri Wibowo. So how can we, it's from Wahyu Hidayat Kamil. So how can we get involved in your community? Like what's the process? What's the yeah.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Actually, our community, as I described earlier, built from the awareness of the Belitung community with the existence of UNESCO Global Geopark, seeing the conditions of Belitung, which needs support from the youth, we finally initiated formations of Geopark youth community. However, after long discussions with the Bappenas, Ministry of National Planning and Development, Republic of Indonesia, finally, the initiations of establishment of Geopark Youth Forum nationally is explicitly regulated in the Act. So regarding the Geopark Youth Forum, most of them are forum based on the region itself. Example, in Belitung, you can go to Belitung Geopark community. When it's come to talk about the North Sumatra, you can join with Toba Caldera Geopark Youth Forum, Rinjani Geopark Youth Forum, Maros Pangkep in South Sulawesi, Rinjani Geopark Youth Forum, and so on and so forth. So to join this platform, you have to find the nearest geopark exists. Either its status is aspiring geopark or UNESCO Global Geopark. Otherwise, there will be national geopark youth forum elections by Bappenas, Ministry of National Planning and Development, which will later represent Indonesia Geopark Youth Forum to the Global Geopark Annually Forum. Thus, this selection is usually carried from the regional to national level. For this year, we dispatched 6 youth from all around Indonesia to attend the first UNESCO Global Geopark in Jeju Island in South Korea. So for the next year, just wait for the information because I want to spill a bit spirituality for all the youth people here. The Global Geopark Youth Forum for the next summer 2022, sorry, will be conducted in Germany and Poland. So just like waiting for the information for that. I think that is my answer. I will giving to time for the moderator.
Thank you, Katri Wibowo. And I think all of the speakers here have resources that they have shared, their Instagram, their website, and their emails and details. So definitely take note of those. And of course, we will have the recording of the session on YouTube. So make sure you get that as well. And we have another question for Dr. Kieran. It's from Rilma Samantha. She asked, can high-level seawater be used to overcome water needs in drought area?
Can high level seawater be used to overcome droughts?
Yeah.
So drought. Well, I mean, you're essentially talking about desalination, and so I guess there are a few things. So high level. I mean, seawater can be used if it were to be desalinated. So which is itself is a very energy intensive process with a lot of waste, and the waste usually goes back into the sea and kills a lot of the seabed and the ecosystems there. But to answer the question directly, yes, it can be done, but there are major issues with doing it that way, and that's why, for example, saltwater intrusion with sea level rise, you get a lot of saline salty water coming into the water table, and obviously that's not a good thing for plants that have not grown up to be salt tolerant.
Thank you for the response, Dr. Kieran. I hope that answers Rilma's question. And I think that is the end of the session for today. I just kind of want to wrap everything is that what I get from every speaker is that the resource is out there. Like, it's not about the matter of lack of information, but as what Dr. Neil mentioned, it's how we filter those information. It's not you just receiving all the information you have on the internet, on social media, but how youth, especially youth, have to know and recheck and cross-check the fact, what's a scam, and then from there, what are you going to do with the information? How are you going to act upon that? As what Katri Wibowo mentioned, are you going to be an innovator? Are you going to be a communicator? Are you going to be a leader? We all, the youth, have roles, and one can't just take 5. I mean, you can, but if you can focus on one and anyone can focus on others, then I think from there, actions can be taken and change can be made. So thank you so much to Dr. Neil, Ibu Nelda, Katri, Dr. Kieran for sharing all these really good, insightful knowledge to the youth of Indonesian and also to our summer course participants. And to show our appreciation for your sharing and for your sharing today, I would love to invite Dr. Miftahuddin to come on stage and present to our speakers our token of appreciation in the form of certificates. Doctor, it's the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you, Darren. Should I give to all together one by one? Okay.
One more, yeah.
Yes, on behalf of the Department of Biology and also the committee, I would like to express our gratitude and appreciation to Dr. Nel Stephen Lopez, who has shared the experience to us. Please kindly accept the token.
Thank you very much.
And then on behalf of Department of Biology and Committee, we also would like to express our gratitude and thanks to Ibu Nelda Hermawan, who has present very interesting topic about sagu in Papua. I think this is this will be the future food, and hope in the future we can collaborate between Department of Biology and PT ING. Please kindly accept the certificate from us.
Thank you. Terima kasih Dr. Miftahuddin atas kesempatannya. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Okay. Next, I'd like to also express our thanks to Mastri Wibowo from Belitung Geopark. I think Department Biology already has a collaboration with Geopark since I think 3 or 4 years ago. So we hope we'll continue the collaboration between Geopark and Department of Biology. So please kindly accept the certificate from us.
Thank you very much for Bapak Miftahuddin for inviting us, and maybe for the next summer of course of IPB can be conducted in Belitung Island, and we are ready to welcome for this summer course.
Sure, yeah. Yes. We hope the pandemic will be over, and then we will be back to Belitung to invite all participants to participate in the next summer course.
Thank you.
And the next is we also would like to express our gratitude and appreciation to Dr. Sharon McCormack for sharing about climate, and also has been our partner in the summer course, the reality project, the Climate Reality Project. Please kindly accept our certificate from us to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Miftahuddin. Terima kasih, as we say in Ireland, thanks a million. And thank you to my colleagues in the Climate Reality Project in Indonesia.
Thank you, Darren.
Thank you, Dr. Miftahuddin, for distributing and appreciating the speakers that we had today. And with that, we are officially done with our first session. So thank you once again to all the speakers, 4 speakers today. We really appreciate you. And we will, as youth, we will try to digest everything, but also filter everything and act upon it. So thank you. And next, on the next session, we're actually going to take a break for 30 minutes. But then in the next session, we will have more speakers, 4 more speakers. So on session 1, we had Dr. McCormack from the Climate Reality Project. But on the second session, we will have 3. 3 branch managers from different countries. So we will have Ibu Amanda Katili from the Indonesian branch. We will have Mrs. Nazrin Castro from the Philippines branch, and we will have Mr. Aditya Pundir from the India branch. And we will also have Mr. Budi Siddiqui from Bapeda Gorontalo that will be also talking about youth and science in their roles in the SDGs. So we will take a 30 minutes break, and during those break, we will present to you some of the Climate Reality Project's youth videos. So please enjoy it. And I would like to invite everyone to take a break. And once again, thank you, Dr. Neil, Ibu Nelda, Katri, and Dr. Kieran for being with us today. Thank you. My name is Darren, and I will see you in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay. And maybe please come back again at 3:30, yeah? So 3:30 p.m. Indonesian time.
Aku merasakan ini. Kamu tahu aku sakit hati melihat semua mati di hadapanku, dan yang tersisa cuma debu.
Ini serius tentang bumi ini, alam ini, dan kebun di depan rumahku, tentang pohon pisang, tentang rumput liar, oh, tentang capung, tentang burung, tentang kenyataan bahwa semuanya tak seindah dulu. Tentang bumi ini, alam ini, dan kebun di depan rumahku,
Tentang pohon pisang, tentang rumput liar, oh, tentang capung, tentang burung, dan tentang kenyataan bahwa semuanya tak seindah kita harus menanam kembali hijau saat ini dan nanti.
kita harus menanam kembali. Satu saja sangat berarti untukmu.
Semoga bumi nggak marah lagi deh sama kita.
Semoga bumi semakin tangguh iklim. Don't forget to save our water.
Semoga bumi tetap menjadi bumi dan lebih banyak manusia yang peduli dan lebih mencintai bumi.
Semoga bumi kita bisa sehat selalu, panjang umur, dan bisa selalu lestari. Semoga bumi lebih nyaman untuk ditempati.
Tanam saja, tanam saja, tanam saja. Trees of green and red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day and the dark sacred night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
A world full of wonder that continues to suffer as humankind continues to neglect it.
The forests of the world are the life of the world.
Home to over 80% of land animals and plants and sustaining 1.6 billion people on which it is dependent.
The health of our forests dictate our existence, our livelihood, our daily subsistence.
And only when forests can breathe, can we breathe.
Can we continue to deny our earth and the protection she deserves?
Unable to express her sorrow in outrage in words.
These instead manifest in mortally dangerous storms and painfully hot summers.
Even in disease outbreaks that lead to pandemics,
which have also exposed an array of socio-economic crises.
And in the Philippines, even with a log ban and a greening program in place,
losses from illegal logging eclipse our reforestation gains.
We are one of the world's centers of biodiversity, yet our NDC excluded forestry.
And in Indonesia, despite our deforestation rate hitting a historic low in 2020,
our NDC still allows vast deforestation
that could potentially clear 3.25 million hectares of rainforest by 2030.
Citing that oft-used excuse of progress through economic growth.
But progress that isn't sustainable shouldn't be called progress at all.
Progress is made when politicians acknowledge the urgency of the climate crisis.
And the states of our society and environment actually match up to their pretty words and promises.
Progress is when businesses listen to demand.
The demand of the people, who would choose sustainability if they were given the chance.
Businesses with values in their value chain.
And who don't confine this Earth's finite sources to society's upper 1%.
But instead share fairly with the 7.9 billion people on the planet.
Governments and businesses already work
to serve together.
And we, the youth,
have the energy,
creativity,
and bravery to claim the world we want to see.
While we're young, we must learn to work together
and recognize the unique value and contribution of each other.
For in this critical decade, for the climate that we find the peak of our youth in,
our choices, our patterns, our behavior can determine the course of the world.
So join us.
No matter where you are or what you're doing,
you have a place in the climate space.
Together, let's reimagine
a world that stayed below 1.5 degrees.
Where not only the mountains, but also the cities are filled with trees.
And we can all breathe and live freely.
This is the world we want for you and for me.
Me and me
And me.
and me.
Isa buhay natin.
Mari
kita
kita
wujudkan.
wujudkan.
Let's make it a reality.
I hear babies cry. I watch them grow. They learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Kami, pemuda-pemudi Indonesia, selaku pejuang iklim, berkomitmen dan berjanji untuk
menerapkan dan mendorong kesadaran gaya hidup yang bersahabat dengan bumi.
Menjadi pemantik perubahan dalam pelestarian lingkungan hidup. Mengajak masyarakat untuk berkolaborasi menjaga langit, rimba, dan bahari demi iklim yang lebih baik.
Salam lestari.
bikin biar sore biasa sore Inamgo bikin biar sore biasa sore
Mari bangkit dari masa lalu, man. Beri warna baru lagi dalam frame. Bikin lagi goal seperti games. Microphone teriakan chance. We are the king for the land to one day. One side, one feel and one pride. Young people, one way, one spirit, one nation. Singa tak tidur seharian, penuh bangun dan hasilkan lagi banyak peluh. Jadilah juara tanpa banyak keluh. Kita semua adalah juara baru. Why do mama itu wah? Why do mama itu wah? Bila dong tanya ku siapa dari mana, kas tahu tong ini Papua. Kalau dong kasih dong punya, kas tunjuk lagi tong punya. Gomberai saya dari lepa gome manta anima.
Koko nao yarabe soren doreri woflenso bani nema baki pose harafabe aswara kuat harafabe aswara kuat dandanan necis disandingan kuno gelis rengkak numerna menete kabeng bat mana duh gending rongka tambah kota kumprung di panggung geus jadi kagandrung sok gararetik sapating teu ngarekenek tepak kendang ngajak ngingklah adu manis sengrap kabeng bateriak najan ujul si pesan tumpah tidur pada kapok mua kapok tutang penyambut di sopa mua ngejak bajenur tuai pogo mua arek muarek eling cacaken ngumpet di kalan di pahiran ngelanjang dandanan necis disandingan kuno gelis rengkak numerna menete kabeng bat mana duh gending rongsak tambah kota kemprung di panggung geus jadi kagandrung sok gararetek sapoting teu ngarekenek tepak kendang ngajak ngengkak adu manis ieu senggak geuning baturiak najan ucul resi pesa tuh bajenur pada kahong bawa kapok tentang kayu bangsa sobat mua ngejak bajenur tuai pogo mua arek muarek eling cacaken
Hello and welcome back, everyone. Our break session is now over. We had some amazing videos displayed throughout the break. I myself really enjoyed it, especially the spirit of Papua and of course, the Youth Pledge for Climate Change, which is in line with today's Indonesia Youth Pledge Day. And I hope you also enjoyed it as well. Okay, so now we are about to start the second session of the online general lecture. Hope you all have a nice break, have some snack, coffee, and are able to refresh yourself for our second session. Before we start, let's have a brief check-in. Now I will ask you questions and I want you all to give your answers with the reaction button or an emoji in the chat column. Okay, so ready for the first question. How are you all feeling today? Drop your emoji and give me your reaction. I hope you all have some nice lunch and a brief snack. And okay, yeah. Don't forget to drop your emoji and reactions on the comment section. Okay, for the second question, let's look back and take a brief review from the first session. What is your biggest takeaway from the previous session? Describe it in one sentence in the chat column. Yes, Samantha said we have the power and the resources. That is true. And let's take actions. Of course, that's the main part about being youth, and to take actions for our climate movement. And now for the third and last question. How excited are you for our second session? Give your reaction and drop your emoji. If I were to put on my reaction, I would say very excited with a party emoji. Okay, so without further ado, now that we know how everyone's doing, let's head on over to the second session of the online general lecture, which will be moderated by my friend Samantha. Samantha, I pass on the mic to you.
Yay, all right, thank you, Jenna. So welcome back everyone to summer course on online general lectures on youth and science for SDGs. On the second session, introduce me, Samantha, from the Climate Reality Project Indonesia, will be moderating throughout the session. The first session was very insightful with such inspiring and empowering presentation and discussions delivered by our speakers. Our second session will be just inspiring, empowering, and powerful with presentations that will be delivered by our speakers, which are Mr. Budi Diki, the head of Bapeda Gorontalo, that will be represented by Ibu Kabit Titi, and also from Dr. Amanda Katili from the Climate Reality Project Indonesia, Mrs. Nazrin Castro from the Climate Reality Project Philippines, and Mr. Aditya Pundir from the Climate Reality Project India. So we will have a discussions and questions and answer session right after our speaker's presentation session. And after that, we will read our youth pledge or Sumpah Pemuda in the celebration of Hari Sumpah Pemuda that falls today. And we will close today's general lecture with closing statement and of course photo session. And just a reminder, our committee will distribute the link of today's attendance form for you to fill. So make sure you do fill the form respectfully. And keep your mics off when necessary, keep videos on if you'd like, and leave questions and comments on the chat box below, and feel free to react to the presentation. So without any further ado, we will begin our presentation session by our honorable speakers. First up will be presentation from Bapeda Gorontalo or Regional Planning Development Board of Gorontalo. That will be represented by Ibu Titi. To Ibu Titi, the stage is yours for 20 minutes.
Baik, terima kasih Mbak Samantha. Ya, mohon maaf, bisa terdengar jelas suara saya?
Super clear, Ibu.
Oke. Saya presentasinya pakai bahasa Indonesia, nggak apa-apa ya, Mbak? Tapi tampilan presentasinya dalam bahasa Inggris.
Silakan, Ibu.
Ya. Baik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Yang saya hormati para expert yang sudah hadir pada webinar kali ini. Yang saya hormati semua para peserta yang sudah mengikuti webinar ini sejak tadi. Pertama-tama mungkin mohon maaf, kami menyampaikan permohonan maaf dari Kepala Bapeda, sedianya Pak Budianto Sidiki, yang akan menyampaikan materi ini, namun beliau sedang ada pertemuan penting dengan Gubernur sehingga beliau mewakilkan kepada saya. Baiklah, mungkin kita langsung saja ke materi kami, yaitu mengenai keanekaragaman hayati di Gorontalo. Keanekaragaman hayati di Gorontalo seperti kita lihat pada slide yang ditampilkan, di mana Gorontalo ini merupakan daerah penting bagi keanekaragaman hayati di Indonesia, yaitu berada di jalur Wallacea dan lebih dari 36 burung endemik Sulawesi dan lebih dari 10 mamalia endemik Sulawesi yang berada di Gorontalo. Di antara lain adalah yang sangat dikenal, yaitu burung maleo, burung julang Sulawesi, ada hewan anoa, babi rusa, tarsius, dan masih banyak lagi. Gorontalo juga dikelilingi wilayah konservasi seperti Taman Nasional Bogani Naniwartabone, Suaka Marga Satwa Nantu Bolio Huto, Cagar Alam Panua, dan Cagar Alam Tanjung Panjang. Ada juga Cagar Alam Mas Popayat. Ya,
Bu Titi, mohon maaf, ini slide-nya tidak bergerak dan belum di full screen ya. Boleh dibantu? Yang share screen.
Iya, kalau di kami sudah full screen ini, Mbak.
Di kami tampilannya sepertinya belum ya.
Oh iya, kami coba ini saja dulu lagi. Sekarang bagaimana, Mbak?
Bentar.
Masih belum, Ibu. Mungkin atau dari kami aja bisa membantu untuk presentasinya?
Oh, boleh. Sudah dikirim ya ininya?
Baik.
Presentasi. Baik.
Apakah sudah terlihat, Ibu?
Sebentar.
Sudah, Mbak. Mungkin boleh di full screen. Ya. Terima kasih, Mbak.
Oke ya. Kami lanjutkan ya.
Ya, silakan, Bu.
Iya. Baik, seperti kami sampaikan tadi, Gorontalo dikelilingi oleh wilayah konservasi seperti Taman Nasional Bogani Naniwartabone, Suaka Marga Satwa Nantu Bolio Huto, Cagar Alam Panua dan Cagar Alam Tanjung Panjang, dan Cagar Alam Mas Popaya Raja dan Cagar Alam Tangale yang ada di bagian utara. Next. Untuk sebagian daerah penting penyangga keanekaragaman hayati di Sulawesi dapat kita lihat pada peta berikut ini, di mana yang berwarna merah adalah important bird area yang ada di daerah Sulawesi, dan ini salah satunya juga ada di Gorontalo. Next. Beberapa keanekaragaman jenis satwa di kawasan Taman Nasional Bogani Naniwartabone yang terletak di Sulawesi Utara dan sebagian daerahnya, wilayahnya ada di Gorontalo. Seperti dilihat di sini ada maleo senkawor, burung yang berukuran kecil namun mempunyai telur yang cukup besar. Begitu juga ada jenis babi rusa Sulawesi, ini di Taman Nasional juga ada, sering ditemukan. Begitu juga dengan anoa dan Eastern Orange Albatros, sejenis kupu-kupu ya, yang juga sering ditemui di Taman Nasional Bogani Naniwartabone. Taman Nasional Bogani Naniwartabone ini mempunyai luas sekitar 282.000 98,93 hektar yang merupakan kawasan konservasi darat terluas di Sulawesi. Kawasan Taman Nasional Bogani Naniwartabone ini terletak pada kawasan Wallacea, yaitu perpaduan antara kawasan oriental dengan kawasan Australia. Berada pada kawasan Wallacea menjadikan Taman Nasional Bogani Naniwartabone memiliki kekayaan keragaman hayati yang sangat tinggi, baik satwa maupun tumbuhan. Next. Bentang alam hutan Popayato Paguat. Bentang alam hutan barat Gorontalo ini terletak di bagian barat Gorontalo, di mana merupakan gabungan berbagai fungsi kawasan hutan dengan total luasan sebesar 350.000 hektar, yaitu terdiri dari 8 hutan lindung, 2 kawasan konservasi, yaitu Cagar Alam Panua dan Suaka Marga Satwa Nantu, dan hutan produksi yang menjadi koridor penghubung di tengahnya. Kawasan ini merupakan habitat penting bagi keragaman hayati yang berada di luar kawasan konservasi. Sekurang-kurangnya bagi 175 jenis burung, 41 jenis diantaranya adalah endemis Sulawesi, yaitu bisa kita katakan ada 24%. Berikutnya ada 23 jenis mamalia dan 16 diantaranya endemis Sulawesi sebesar 70% dan herpetofauna sebanyak 52 jenis. Sebagai important bird dan biodiversity area ke-228 di Indonesia yang ditetapkan oleh BirdLife International. Next. Tentang hutan alam Popayato Paguat, dalam makalah bertajuk Conservation Portfolio in Sulawesi, bentang hutan alam Popayato Paguat menjadi satu dalam 20 lokasi prioritas untuk konservasi keragaman hayati, di mana hal ini mengkonfirmasi bahwa Popayato Paguat memiliki peran yang sangat penting bagi kelestarian keanekaragaman hayati khas Gorontalo. Jumlah jenis mamalia darat di Pulau Sulawesi sebanyak 114 dan dari 23 jenis endemis Sulawesi, 16 jenis atau 70%-nya berada di wilayah ini. Jumlah jenis burung di Kepulauan Sulawesi sebanyak 535 dari 175 jenis endemis Sulawesi, di mana 41% atau 41 jenis atau 24% mendiami kawasan ini. Hasil kajian yang dilakukan oleh Burung Indonesia, salah satu organisasi yang ada di Indonesia dan salah satunya juga beraktivitas di Gorontalo, menjadi dasar utama penentuan wilayah pelaksanaan program konservasi. Kenapa organisasi Burung Indonesia ini dibangun di kawasan Pohuwato, yaitu di daerah Popayato, ini karena merupakan bagian yang terpenting di mana terdapat spesies burung yang endemik di Sulawesi. Next. Ya, di gambar berikut kami tampilkan ini adalah aktivitas di Danau Limboto, di mana Danau Limboto merupakan satu wilayah penting yang ada di Provinsi Gorontalo, di mana Danau Limboto merupakan danau endapan yang kaya akan substrat, material biotik dan abiotik yang menjadi tempat hidupnya banyak organisme seperti tumbuhan, fungus, dan hewan. Danau Limboto menjadi rumah bagi lebih dari 100 burung residen dan migran dari belahan bumi utara dan bumi belahan selatan. Burung-burung bermigrasi yang jumlahnya lebih dari sepertiga total, terutama burung air yang menyinggahi Danau Limboto, karena kaya substrat yang menyediakan sumber makanan berlimpah seperti ikan, udang, dan beberapa ikan lainnya. Next. Ya, berikutnya kami tampilkan salah satu biodiversitas yang cukup langka ya di Indonesia, yaitu hiu paus. Nah, untuk di Gorontalo ini, menurut masyarakat nelayan di Gorontalo, kemunculan hiu paus di perairan tersebut utamanya adalah saat mereka sedang menjaring ikan nike, yaitu ikan endemik Gorontalo. Sementara itu, dugaan lain menyebutkan bahwa kemunculan hiu paus di perairan Botubarani adalah akibat dari pemberian makanan secara sengaja yang dilaksanakan atau dilakukan, yang diberikan makanan itu berupa kepala dan kulit udang faname melalui aktivitas wisata. Total hiu paus yang teridentifikasi sejak tahun 2016 sampai dengan September 2021 sudah teridentifikasi sebanyak 47 ekor. Identifikasi ini menggunakan foto ID. Semua hiu paus berjenis kelamin jantan, hiu paus juvenil, makan dengan cara filter feeder, dan beberapa individu terpasang tagging. Jadi hiu paus yang sudah pernah berada di perairan Botubarani ini sudah dipasang tagging sehingga mudah dikenali. Next. Berikut kami sampaikan temuan biodiversitas spesies langka berdasarkan kategori status konservasi Union for the Conservation of Nature and Natural Resource. Ini kita lihat di Danau Limboto ada sebanyak 52 tumbuhan bawah dan 10 diantaranya adalah tumbuhan langka. Di Pentadio ada 49 tumbuhan. Mungkin daftarnya bisa dilihat dalam presentasi ini. Next. Salah satu juga yang kami temukan, ini mungkin saya sampaikan bahwa pada saat kami akan menggagas pengusulan Gorontalo sebagai geopark, kami meminta juga tim dari Biodiversity untuk mengidentifikasi tanaman-tanaman langka yang ada di kawasan yang akan kami tetapkan sebagai geosite. Salah satu yang kami temukan adalah di kawasan Benteng Otanaha dan Pentadio Resort ini ditemukan temuan spesies langka unik, yaitu Sterculia foetida. Tanaman Sterculia foetida ini apabila kita lihat dalam platform e-commerce, ini yang kami screenshot adalah di Tokopedia, dia mempunyai nilai Rp10.000 per biji atau benih tanaman. Nah, ini kita bayangkan saja ini tanamannya cukup besar dan buahnya cukup banyak. Bayangkan saja apabila ini bijinya dijual ini cukup mempunyai harga yang cukup mahal ya, cukup besar karena dalam e-commerce ini dijual Rp10.000 per biji. Selain itu manfaat dari tanaman Sterculia foetida ini yaitu bisa dibuat untuk campuran jamu, obat demam, rematik, diarek, diaporetik, biji-biji kepu juga dapat disangrai atau dimakan atau dibuat sambal. Selain itu, biji kepu mengandung minyak nabati yang terdiri dari asam lemak, yaitu asam sterkulat yang dapat dimanfaatkan sebagai ramuan kosmetik, sabun, sampo, pelembut, pewarna alami, dan plastik. Sangat banyak manfaat dari tumbuhan Sterculia foetida ini. Next, juga kami menemukan di kawasan yang kami identifikasi untuk sebagai kawasan geopark, yaitu di Benteng Otanaha, yaitu tanaman Muntingia salabura. Ini juga kami temukan dan kami cari di e-commerce. Ini nilainya adalah per buahnya itu dijual akan dibeli dengan harga Rp300. Nah, tanaman ini kami tahu dalam satu pohonnya itu tanamannya bisa mencapai ribuan. Jadi bisa dibayangkanlah harga dari tanaman tersebut jika akan dikomersilkan. Adapun tanaman ini mempunyai manfaat, buahnya dapat dibuat selai, daun muntingan salabura berkhasiat sebagai obat batuk dan pereda dahak. Buah yang telah masak untuk obat kuning, dan untuk batuk dipakai kurang lebih 20 gram daun segar, dan direbus dan rebusannya setengah, disaring dan bisa diminum airnya dan dapat dibuat semacam minum teh. Jadi ini manfaatnya sangat banyak. Next, juga ini kami temukan di kawasan Pentadio Resort. Ini juga nama tanamannya Passiflora foetida. Nah, ini juga sama mempunyai harga yang cukup mahal ya, $9,94 per 20 seed. Dan mempunyai manfaat untuk sayuran, juga bisa digunakan untuk sayuran, dan daunnya dapat dikeringkan sebagai teh seperti tanaman sebelumnya tadi. Next, ini juga kami temukan di Pentadio Resort, yaitu Melotria craba. Ini juga kita temukan di kawasan Pentadio, juga punya nilai yang cukup tinggi, yaitu $2. Dan tanamannya sangat banyak di sana dan tumbuh liar. Next, yang berikut yaitu di kawasan Pantai Olele, di Gorontalo, di bagian selatan, di kawasan Teluk Tomini. Ini juga ditemukan Pantai Olele, di mana banyak sekali tanaman-tanaman yang ternyata mempunyai nilai jual yang cukup tinggi, bahkan mencapai 500.000 sampai 50 juta per pohon. Ini cukup banyak ditemui di perairan sepanjang Teluk Tomini, di mana manfaat dari tanaman ini yaitu untuk tanaman hias, memiliki kegunaan sebagai tanaman herbal, sehingga di beberapa kawasan juga dipercaya sebagai tanaman yang mempunyai nilai mistis. Nah, sejak ratusan tahun silam di Thailand, konon kulit pohon ini menjadi kertas sebagai teks kuno. Sebagian besar serut juga dimanfaatkan untuk mengobati penyakit seperti kusta, diare, sakit gigi, demam, hingga menyembuhkan kanker. Next. Ini juga salah satu tanaman langka yang ditemukan di kawasan Olele, yaitu Pempis acidula. Nah, ini tanaman Pempis acidula ini juga sama, mempunyai nilai jual yang cukup tinggi, yaitu 2.500 per seed rupiah, atau 47 juta sampai dengan 350 juta per pohon. Nah, ini kalau sudah dijadikan bonsai, harga jualnya sangat tinggi, juga ternyata mempunyai khasiat yang cukup baik untuk menyembuhkan beberapa penyakit. Next. Ini juga kayu bajaka. Nah, kayu bajaka ini biasanya kita kenal ditemukan di daerah Kalimantan, namun ternyata di Gorontalo juga ini ditemukan, yaitu Spatholobus litorasis, yaitu endemik dari Kalimantan. Ini juga ternyata ditemukan di hutan, di Taman Nasional ya, Taman Nasional Boganinani Wartabone, yaitu di Hungayono, dengan khasiat untuk menyembuhkan penyakit kanker dan kelenjar getah bening. Dari beberapa spesies yang sudah kami tampilkan tadi, mungkin nanti mohon maaf kalau tadi mungkin saya penyebutannya agak kurang benar. Nanti ada beberapa expert di sini, saya lihat juga hadir tenaga ahli kami dari Biodiversity Geopark Gorontalo. Ada Ibu Dewi, mungkin nanti pada sesi tanya jawab bisa membantu kami untuk menjelaskan. Next. Nah, dari tadi kami sudah menjelaskan beberapa kekayaan biodiversity yang ada di Indonesia, yang ada di Gorontalo. Memang untuk Provinsi Gorontalo sejak tahun 2018 kita menggagas untuk mengusulkan sebagai geopark, untuk sebagai satu kawasan geopark, sehingga memang kenapa kami sudah mendapatkan data-data terkait biodiversity yang khas yang ada di Gorontalo tadi, karena memang basis dari pengembangan geopark ini adalah riset, di mana hasil-hasil itulah yang akan kami gunakan untuk menjadi data-data pendukung dalam pengusulan geopark Gorontalo. Mungkin pengertian mengenai geopark, yaitu menurut Organisasi Pendidikan, Ilmu Pengetahuan, dan Kebudayaan PBB atau UNESCO adalah suatu wilayah yang mencakup satu atau lebih situs yang penting secara alamiah dan tidak hanya untuk alasan geologis, tapi juga berdasarkan nilai-nilai arkeolog, ekolog, dan budayanya. Taman Bumi Geopark selanjutnya disebut geopark adalah kawasan geografis yang menyatu dengan batas-batas yang jelas dan memiliki keragaman geologi atau geodiversity, warisan geologi yaitu geoheritage, keanekaragaman hayati, biodiversity, dan keragaman budaya atau culture diversity yang bernilai tinggi yang dikelola secara terpadu untuk keperluan konservasi, edukasi, dan pemberdayaan ekonomi masyarakat secara berkelanjutan. Dan ini di Indonesia sudah dikeluarkan dalam bentuk Peraturan Presiden Nomor 9 Tahun 2019. Next. Ya, pilar dari pengembangan geopark ini adalah seperti sudah disampaikan tadi, yaitu geodiversity, biodiversity, dan culture diversity. Namun juga perlu didukung oleh infrastruktur, regulasi atau kebijakan, serta capacity building Komdev. Next. Ya, pada saat ini untuk pengembangan geopark Gorontalo, untuk pengembangan geopark yang inklusif melalui pendekatan sektor prioritas dan berbasis pada pemuda. Dan sesuai dengan tema kita pada hari ini ya, pada tanggal 28 Oktober juga adalah diperingati sebagai Hari Pemuda, Sumpah Pemuda, maaf. Jadi kami sampaikan bahwa untuk pendekatan yang dilakukan dalam pengembangan geopark ini adalah melalui pendekatan sektor prioritas yang berbasis kepemudaan. Jadi untuk kebijakan pengembangan sektor prioritas ini, ada 7 sektor prioritas kontribusi peran pemuda dalam memanfaatkan sumber daya alam serta warisan budaya yang ada di geopark, yaitu pemuda dapat berperan di sektor pariwisata, home decor, kuliner, pertanian atau perkebunan, fashion, industri jasa, dan perikanan. Pelibatan pemuda dalam pengembangan geopark perlu memperhatikan sektor prioritas yang bisa dimasuki oleh pemuda, khususnya melalui pengembangan kewirausahaan pemuda dengan memperhatikan 3 pilar utama pengembangan geopark yang saling menopang, yaitu konservasi, edukasi, dan pengembangan ekonomi masyarakat yang berkelanjutan. Next. Adapun peran pemuda dan biodiversitas, yaitu pemuda ini dapat sebagai salah satu duta dalam menjaga keberlangsungan hidup termasuk kekayaan keragaman hayati. Pemuda juga dapat sebagai inovator dalam memanfaatkan potensi ekonomi yang bernilai tinggi dan berwawasan lingkungan. Dan ketiga, mungkin pemuda sebagai mitra dalam mengelola kekayaan biodiversitas dengan menggunakan ilmu pengetahuan yang bijak dan berkelanjutan. Next. Baik, ini kami tampilkan beberapa aktivitas youth dari Gorontalo Geopark, yaitu salah satunya ini kami melaksanakan sosialisasi dan pendampingan tim Pusat Studi Energi dan Sumber Daya Mineral dan Geopark terhadap rencana pembentukan Gorontalo Geopark Youth Forum di Provinsi Gorontalo. Jadi untuk pengembangan geopark ini, Provinsi Gorontalo sudah menggunakan para pemuda, yaitu para youth, untuk dapat mensosialisasikan maupun memberikan edukasi ke masyarakat mengenai pengembangan geopark Gorontalo ini. Next. Nah, ini salah satu juga aksi pemuda yang ada di Provinsi Gorontalo, yaitu terkait kegiatan pemantauan sampah, pengukuran kualitas air, dan survei sosial ekonomi nelayan yang dilaksanakan oleh pemuda atau mahasiswa manajemen sumber daya perairan di Fakultas Perikanan dan Ilmu Kelautan Universitas Negeri Gorontalo. Berikut juga ini aksi pemuda dan pariwisata, yaitu melaksanakan Clean City oleh Gerakan Pramuka dan Ikatan NOU dan UTI Provinsi Gorontalo, dan Hari Gerakan 1 Juta Pohon di Desa Lomaya, Kecamatan Bulango Utara, Kabupaten Bone Bolango. Next. Ini juga aktivitas pemuda di Gorontalo dalam pengembangan pariwisata, yaitu komunitas diving dalam promosi wisata bawah laut Gorontalo. Dan kami sangat senang bahwa aktivitas dari pemuda ini juga sudah membawa misi-misi geopark dalam rangka pengembangan atau pembangunan yang berkelanjutan atau sustainability. Baik, mungkin itu yang bisa kami sampaikan, Bapak Ibu dari Provinsi Gorontalo. Kami sangat berharap ini bisa diterima dengan baik. Nanti silakan jika ada yang akan bertanya dalam sesi tanya jawab. Demikian, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore.
Baik, terima kasih Ibu Titi. Thank you so much Ibu Titi for the presentation. I would also like to greet Pak Budi Sidiki that is also here. Good afternoon Pak Budi. Halo Pak Budi.
Selamat sore, mohon maaf saya di ruangan.
Siap. Baik, terima kasih Pak. Alright, now before we continue to our next speaker, I would like to point out some key points from Ibu Titi's presentation. First, we have such high biodiversity. In Gorontalo alone, we have tons, such as endemic birds, species, and mammals, where 24% of the birds and 70% of mammals found in Gorontalo alone are endemic. Now imagine just how many more we have in other parts of Indonesia. And number two, several plants in Gorontalo also have high monetary value with various benefits from both health and even beauty. So it would be very beneficial for us to develop and utilize these resources sustainably. And number three, youths can be very much contributing in the utilization and development of the geopark and the conservation of the natural resources as well in many aspects such as beauty, research, and architecture, by also linking to geopark's main pillars, which are conservation, education, and sustainable economic development. So I'm pretty sure we have lots of questions regarding this geopark and the natural resources we have in Gorontalo, but hold it. We will have a question and answer session after presentation session by our speakers, but if you cannot wait, you can just like drop your question in the chat box. All right, so moving on. Our next speaker is Ibu Amanda Katiliniode, the branch manager of the Climate Reality Project Indonesia. Ibu Amanda is a certified executive coach, trainer, and mentor specializing in environmental management, climate action, and sustainability practices for Coaching Federation for a Better Earth. Ibu Amanda is also a member of the Climate Coaching Alliance, the International Coaching Federation, and the International Society of Sustainability Professionals, a founding member of the International Environmental Communication Association, and previously held a position as the Special Assistant to the Minister for Environment and the head of the expert team of the President's Special Envoy for the Climate Change. Hi, Ibu Amanda. Hi, Ibu. So,
how are you?
I am good, Ibu. How are you?
Pretty
All
good.
right. All right, Ibu. So, you will have 20 minutes to present your topics, and Ibu Amanda, the room is yours.
Thank you, Samantha. First, allow me to say hi to everybody, especially to Ibu Titi and Pak Budi, who presented the beautiful area of my hometown. So Gorontalo is my hometown. Everybody, please visit Gorontalo and see its beauty and its delicious food. If I may share my screen, I would like actually to talk more in general, especially on Indonesia practice reflections in engaging youth for climate actions and activities. Can you see the slides, Mara?
Yes, Ibu, perfectly fine.
All right. And we all know that youth matters, not because youth will be the leaders of the future, but because they are also considered as an important stakeholders in facing all the global challenges, including the climate crisis. And of course, it's kind of a joke when you say that you are still youth. What's the age range? So this is the age range of several organizations and countries. United Nations said that youth is 15 to 24. Indonesian youth is 16 to 30, and Africa is 15 to 35, because some said that they're still developing. So perhaps you can write down on the chat room whether you're still youth or not, but maybe your spirit is still youth, that's okay too. These are the challenges of climate learning stated by United Nations Training and Research Organization. It is so difficult to learn about climate change because of the different level of governance. That's why we are lucky to have the regional government of Gorontalo speak in this event, because we have different level of governance, the central governance, the subnational government, and others, and also multitude of concerned groups. Women, children, academicians, the traditional communities. So there are lots of concerned groups. And then, of course, diverse sector of governments, such as the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Ministry of Agriculture, Energy and Mineral Resources. There's so many sector of government that are involved in climate change issues. And the issues are very complex and multidisciplinary, as we can see previously in our previous speakers, as well as in our next speakers' presentations. I would like to suggest the frame of thought that we at Climate Reality Indonesia always think about or always present when you talk about the climate crisis and how to face the challenges. How do you see it? Now, if you can see the first three boxes on the top, those are the science parts, because we are talking about science and youth and sustainable development today. So we consider the activities, the human activities, mostly from fossil fuel and land use. We have to understand those aspects causing global warming and then causing climate change. So those are the boxes that we consider the science parts of our frame of thought. Now, if you see on the left side is the very famous cartoon about climate change. Scientists always would like to talk about the real thing based on their research, whereas politicians who have to make the decisions always have to understand about their constituents, voting intention surveys, opinion poll. So that's why decisions on climate change issues sometimes are slow, because we have to accommodate the consideration of the scientists as well as the politicians. And then after that, we talk about the impacts, including disasters and livelihoods affected. And then the solutions, including adaptation and mitigation. And then the actions. This is where youth can come in, either as individual or as part of communities. On actions, there are other stakeholders such as corporations or businesses, and also the government. The government is very important because they are the one who issue decisions or laws and regulations which will make a greater impact on solutions. The question's always whether we are really experiencing climate change. These are the indicators of climate change as proven by scientists. And this picture is from NASA. We see the global temperature rise, warming oceans, sea level rise, ocean acidification, extreme events. We sometimes do not resonate with things related to ice and snow because we live in the tropical countries, some of us, or most of us in this room. So that's why we have to find other indicators or try to understand other scientific indicators on the impacts of climate change. The question again is, how can we contribute? How can we be active in facing the challenges? Because like I said earlier, it's multidisciplinary. And this is a very, very good graphic illustrated by Diplo Foundation on the multidisciplinary aspects of climate issues. So if we are talking about youth, it depends whether they would like to participate in law and governance or in the economic part of climate issues or the science or other aspects where they can really contribute and they can also be active. The next slide is about SDGs. And I would like to stress what scientists or other decision makers said. When you talk about sustainable development goals, please understand that the basics is the 4 goals down there: climate action, clean water and sanitation, life below water, and life on land. Those are the basics. Then you can go up to the society hierarchy and then to the economy hierarchy. But the basics or the most important parts are the 4 goals down there. And of course, partnership for the goals is very important because that's what we are doing right now, or what we are trying to talk about in this meeting. The ACE elements, ACE is the action for climate empowerment. On Article 12 of the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, these are the global actions that we have to take when we talk about climate change: education, training, public awareness, public access to information, public participation, and international cooperation. Again, you see on the right-hand side is the Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change with youth, because youth is considered as an important stakeholder. And this is one part how Climate Reality Leader Indonesia participated in international events, because youth participations in international forum is guaranteed by the Paris Agreement on Climate Change and other UN resolutions. So if you are a part of a youth organization, be sure that you participated in international events. Right now it's easier because we can do it online. Climate Reality Indonesia focuses on climate action. These are some of the examples, and this is one of our flagship program, the Youth Leadership Camp for Climate Crisis, where we gathered before the pandemics. Of course, it's offline, and it's a 3-day fun youth camp. We talk about the frame of thought that I explained earlier about the science, the impacts, the solutions, and then the actions. And they will meet people from all over the country. Especially now it's easier because it's online. This is when we still have the activities offline. You have to have experience and actions on the ground, not just theoretical, not just the science, but also you have to see by yourself the situations and connect to nature. Again, these are some examples of Climate Reality Indonesia activities other than presentations and public discussions, field trips, school expeditions. Some will write scientific articles. So what I'm explaining are the activities of Climate Reality Indonesia. And my colleagues from other countries maybe will talk about climate reality activities in their countries. Now, because it's now the pandemic, our youth leadership camp for climate crisis becomes online. But since it's online, then we can have participants from almost all over Indonesia. For example, our camp in December, we had 800 applicants, while we only have seats for 100 participants. And the age group is 18 to 25. And of course, it has to be gender balanced. And last time we have 20 provinces represented. Isn't that amazing? 30 speakers, national and international speakers. We had breakout rooms. We had WhatsApp groups. We had also an independent dialogue for UN Food System Summit, because when we had this camp, it was on the way, like the roadmap to the UN Food System Summit, which was held last October. Understanding our frame of thought is not enough. Our practice reflections are not enough, because we have to keep up with what's happening. This is a recent survey on Indonesian youth on their perceptions related to climate change. So this is from the Global Strategic Communications Council. Of the 4,000 respondents consisting of Indonesian youth, 76% agree that we need to worry about protecting the environment, and 72% agree that it is important, even given our other problems, we still have to think or talk about the climate crisis. So this is very important. Then we can design our youth activities based on their current perception, because we cannot just do activities without knowing what's the new information or what's happening out there. Unfortunately, only 53% of young people in Indonesia think that climate change is already harming people in Indonesia. They know climate change is happening, but only 50% think that climate change is already harming people in Indonesia. We hope that it will increase maybe to 75 or 85%, maybe in the next year or in the next 2 years, if we have activities like what we are doing now with IPB University. We are optimistic though, because social media is still the best way to communicate. And based on the survey with the 4,000 respondents, they're still using the internet as their source of information as well as activities. Now, I'm almost to my last slides, but this is our lessons learned. This is the things that we learned from our practice over the last 5 to 10 years. To communicate with youth, especially on climate change, of course, you have to know your audience, engage with their emotions, think globally. And we also had interfaith related activities, and we can make it interculture as well, either international or national, covering Indonesia, because we have hundreds of ethnic groups in Indonesia. Of course, the activities have to be inclusive, interactive, and we have to give incentives. Our our camp, maybe 2 years ago, the best campers were awarded with a trip to the United States to attend another camp in the United States. So incentive is very important. Actions on the ground, like I mentioned earlier, and then they have to make their campaign materials or create resources. filmmaking, social media, and other activities. Follow up is very important, including engaging our youth with activities like what we are doing now. You see our host, our master of ceremonies, our moderators, they are all Indonesian youth involved with Climate Reality Indonesia. Al Gore at COP23 in Bonn in 2017 stated that I want to encourage international support for Climate Reality Indonesia's flagship program, the Youth Leadership Camp for Climate Crisis or Climate Change. So this is very important. If we have international audience here, please support us. We are endorsed by Mr. Al Gore himself. This is my last slide. Please do not forget to visit our 24 Hours of Reality event. It's a global event. My colleagues from Climate Reality from other countries may also talk about this as well. But for those in Indonesia, you can visit our Instagram account at Climate Reality INA. That's from me. I hope it's very beneficial. Looking forward to other speakers. Thank you, Samantha. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Ibu Amanda, for the very insightful presentation. So the main point is that youths can very much contribute in so many ways, in the simplest and most creative ways, ya Ibu. Youths are also very capable of doing and making the change we wish to see with our spirits and energies. So everyone, you can contribute in so many ways. All right, thank you so much, Ibu. Now, our next speaker is Mrs. Nazrin Castro, the branch manager of the Climate Reality Project of Philippines. Hi, Mrs. Nazrin.
Hi, Samantha. Hi, Amanda.
Hi. All right, so Mrs. Nazrin here has tons of experience in development sector, gained political and technical expertise on climate policy development, and advised key government officials to help shape and advance the country's climate agenda, specifically in strengthening climate finance access, youth and stakeholder engagement, and climate advocacy building, both nationally and regionally. So, without any further ado, Mrs. Nazrin, you have 20 minutes to present, so the room is yours.
Thank you, Samantha. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to Dr. Puji Rianti and Dr. Amanda Katili for the invitation and for considering the Climate Reality Project Philippines as something that provides meaningful space and platform to our youth leaders. And to my fellow panelists, good afternoon. So let me share my slides. So good afternoon to everyone online. We have 71 strong participants online today. So I have the honor to discuss with you today the role of the Filipino youth in supporting actions towards the achievement of sustainable goals or SDGs in the Philippines. I know you're familiar with this phase. So youth activism has seen exponential growth in recent years, thanks to the likes of fearless and passionate advocates like Greta Thunberg, who has inspired a global movement for climate action. While Greta seems to be the most popular, she is not alone. She has equally dedicated and committed counterparts in the global south, with some of them working on their activism for climate and sustainability long before Greta started hers. Greta recognizes this. In fact, she often mentions them in her speeches, sharing the spotlight on young activists whose names we rarely hear because of the failure of the Western media to celebrate progress in other parts of the world. So let me share to you the young climate leaders who are just as inspirational as Greta. So Ridhima Pandey was just 9 years old in 2017 when she filed a lawsuit against the Indian government for failing to take action against climate change. We have Vanessa Nakate, 23 years old, was the first Fridays for Future climate activist in Uganda and founder of the Rise Up Climate movement, which aims to amplify the voices of activists from Africa. She spearheaded the campaign to save Congo's rainforest, who is facing massive reforestation. This campaign later spread to other countries from Africa to Europe. We have Kuluki Paul Motuku, 28 years old, who has been working to champion meaningful youth engagement for climate action. Raised in rural Kenya by a single mother, Kuluki's vigorous activism was also inspired by the direct challenges and effects his family faced from the impacts of climate change. Here in Indonesia, I know that you have a wealth of youth leaders who are at the forefront of climate action and sustainability. I had the honor of meeting them through our collaboration with Climate Reality Indonesia. In the Philippines, youth activism on climate and sustainability issues is just as vibrant and compelling. Let me start with Sherry Ganon and her friends who founded Wayfarers Philippines in 2018 as a coastal cleanup initiative when they were grade 11 students. Today, the youth group has a network of grade school and high school students, including climate reality leaders ready to raise awareness on climate and environmental issues and solutions in the country. In 2019, just months before the pandemic, youth leader Mitzi Junel Tan established the Youth Advocates for Climate Action Philippines, or YACAP, a nationwide alliance of youth organizations, individuals, and student councils nationwide that advocates for immediate global climate action led by the youth. Today, YACAP has regional chapters across the country and now serves as the counterpart of Fridays for the Future in the Philippines. In the same year, youth activist Jefferson Estela, together with other young climate advocates, convened the Youth Strike for Climate Philippines to raise climate change awareness in the country and mobilize the youth strikes in the country. Later that year, we have climate reality leader Isa Barte and 11 more young Filipinos have come together from different roots to establish For the Future Philippines, a youth initiative on harnessing the power of the youth to create change, from reforestation, typhoon relief, and mobilization to environmental and climate education and storytelling. In 2020, climate reality leader and mentor Bea Dolores joined forces with other youth advocates from other countries to organize Mock COP 26, a 2-week youth-led virtual event that mimics the processes of the conference of the parties and was participated in by more than 350 young delegates from 145 countries. And lastly, this year, climate reality leader Tasha Tanbutko, a co-founder of youth empowerment non-profit organization called Kids for Kids Philippines, ventured into climate change and environmental education through the establishment of Habilin Philippines, a new youth-led movement that aims to advocate for a more sustainable lifestyle and to promote awareness on environmental, social, and climate change issues. These are just some of the activists that are advancing climate change and sustainable development issues in the Global South. Young leaders who are shattering attempts by naysayers to delegitimize the climate and sustainability movement by promoting the idea that it is just driven by the privileged people from the Global North. They are young leaders who are embracing their role as agents of change, exercising their right to participate in the decisions that affect them. But what exactly are the roles and contributions of the youth towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, the world's blueprint for attaining prosperity while protecting the planet? Young people bear an unprecedented potential as genuine advocates for sustainable economic, social, and environmental progress. With the right mechanisms in place and continuous engagement, the youth could serve the following roles. So let us start with role 1. Mobilizers, provocateurs, and convergence builders. Given their resolve to pursue meaningful collaborations and partnerships, young people can build and maintain alliances both within and between generations. Being familiar with public and private spheres, as well as online spaces, the youth can be a powerful communicator of the need for a just implementation of SDG actions. They have the ability to mobilize communities towards holding those in power accountable for their actions and starting thought-provoking and open conversations about the necessary changes we need to take to pursue sustainable development. Second role are educators and influencers. The youth's ability to quickly absorb and embrace innovative and creative ideas, as well as progressive ideologies, makes them ideal educators and influencers to make ordinary sustainable development. They cannot just influence people within their generation. They can also influence their parents, their communities, political leaders, and private sector decision makers. This has been evident in the youth's powerful voice on gender equality, that's SDG 5, and social equality, SDG 10. Lastly, the role of the youth as policy makers, project developers, and implementers. The youth's role can go as far as policy making and program development and implementation. They can be co-designers of policies and programs that directly affect how fast we can achieve our SDGs while leaving no one behind. So in the Philippines, the youth sector is already contributing towards achieving our SDG targets, both directly and indirectly. Several mechanisms are in place to enable Filipino youth to help conceptualize, design, implement, and deliver government-led projects, programs, and initiatives that are responsive and attuned to the needs of the Filipino communities. So let's start with Republic Act number 8044, or the Youth and Nation Building Act of 1995, which recognizes that the Filipino youth is considered as the most valuable resource of the country. I think this is also similar to the presentation of Ibu Amanda and Karen earlier. That law created the National Youth Commission, or the NYC, the country's policy-making coordinating body of all youth-related institutions, programs, projects, and activities of the government. One of the key roles of the National Youth Commission, as provided by the law, is to encourage the wide and active participation of the youth in all governmental and non-governmental programs, projects, and activities affecting them. Youth representation has also found its way to the Congress through the country's party list system, which aims to enable small political parties and marginalized and underrepresented sectors to obtain possible representation in the House of Representatives. At present, Kabataan, or Youth Party List, which is composed of different youth groups all over the country, represents the interests of the youth sector in the Philippine Congress, where the proposed laws that could either contribute to or hinder the achievement of SDGs are deliberated and approved. So this is Representative Sara Elago, who is the representative of the Youth Party List. At the local level, the youth are elected as Sangguniang Kabataan, or Youth Council, in all provinces up to the barangay level. The barangay level is the smallest unit of government in the Philippines. The Sangguniang Kabataan is meant to represent the youth in barangay level matters, as well as develop and implement programs and projects designed to promote general welfare, development, and empowerment of the youth in their respective communities. The national government considers this as a representation of the youth in government affairs, but not all youth councils are functioning the way they should be, with some politicians taking advantage of this program to involve the youth in partisan politics. This is why there is a continuous call to strengthen and reinvent the Sangguniang Kabataan program to truly serve the interests of the youths in their respective communities. So all three government mechanisms, the NYC, the National Youth Commission, the Kabataan, or the Youth Party List, and Sangguniang Kabataan, are mechanisms for youth engagement, are supported and complemented by law and policies designed to further empower the youth to assume their agency in sustainable development. So we also have the Environmental Awareness Education Act of 2008, which mandates educational agencies in integrating environmental education into all subject areas and enable students to develop their own sense of values and commitment to solve problems and make decisions concerning the environment. We also have the Climate Change Act of 2009, which mandates the integration of climate change into the primary and secondary education curricula. These laws remain to be fully implemented in the country, and that is a challenge for civil society organizations like the Climate Reality Project Philippines, which we are taking on currently. As a climate communications and grassroots movement, our organization has been collaborating with the Philippines Department of Education to produce educational materials that can help students understand the prevailing climate crisis and the need for sustainable development. I think this is also similar to what Climate Reality Australia is doing. I know Karen shared a video link where you could listen on the simplified materials on what climate change is, what climate finance. So this is a similar campaign in the Philippines. And Climate Reality's signature climate leadership program has trained more young people in the Philippines in the past year, making the youth a huge part of our roster of Pinoy climate reality leaders working to communicate the urgency and solvability of the climate crisis in our communities. So how do we harness the youth dividend? Clearly, the youth is a resource waiting to be tapped. The danger, however, is overly instrumentalizing or tokenizing them and failing to deal with them using the lens of capability, equity, and welfare. So what are the best ways to provide and enhance opportunities for young people to contribute to the SDGs? For us in the Climate Reality Philippines, we are guided by the following steps. First is that we listen, acknowledge, and respond to what the youth has to say. We ask them the questions. What role do you want to assume in the climate and sustainability movement? What do you want to understand more? What do you need to make it easier for you to contribute? And then we cater to their responses as much as possible, as long as it is within the bounds of the organization. There are times that they may know the answer, and that is okay too. The imperative is to help them explore and find their space in the movement through capacity building activities such as skill sharing sessions, webinars, and mentoring programs. Second is we encourage innovation, creativity, and convergence. We connect the youth with other stakeholder groups that will be able to help them turn their ideas and plans into reality. We find platforms for our young climate reality leaders to seek support for their initiatives. So this is why we're strengthening also our partnership with Climate Reality Indonesia, because we know we are neighbors and there are so many convergences and similarities with our experiences from the impacts of climate change. And lastly, we find them a seat at places of influence. We believe the youth has to be a part of the bigger conversation on challenging development norms for sustainability. This is why we also create opportunities for them to communicate with those in power. An example of this is when we facilitate their participation in congressional meetings and government consultations. Just early this year, the Philippines finalized our nationally determined contributions. Usually, the NDC is a technical conversation only for private business sectors or government officials. But we found a way, we also provided a space and platform for youth leaders to have a seat, to have a say on what will be the final text of the Philippine NDC, and to ensure that we have a ambitious target by 2030. So what is the common theme for all these three steps? It's empowerment. We empower by listening, supporting, and helping them voice out their opinions and pursue their ideas. With support not just from us and the civil society, but also from the government, private sector, and the academe. We believe that the Filipino youth, the rest of the youth all over the country, all over the world, can help us push for aggressive actions and high-level policies that will accelerate the achievement of our SDG targets. So I was just reminded while Ibo Amanda was presenting, I would just like to share a recent study and which we presented during one of our events. It's about climate or environmental anxiety. So what is climate anxiety? It is defined by the American Psychiatric Association as a chronic fear of environmental doom. You're afraid of what your future will look like. So the study said that 45% globally reported that their feelings towards the prevailing climate crisis are having negative impacts on daily functioning, which include eating, concentrating, work, school, sleeping, spending time in nature, playing, having fun, and dealing with relationships. Imagine, climate crisis has already is already impacting our daily lives, especially the youth. So in the Philippines, this number went up to a worrying 75%, with a report recognizing that young people in the global south are experiencing more severe climate anxiety. So according to the author of the study, Carolyn Hickman, we need to acknowledge the concurrent mental health distress that this climate crisis is causing. We need to be clear that unless we take global action, that's why COP26 is very important. We are leaving young people in the most vulnerable countries, that includes us, in the world, feeling distressed and feeling abandoned and betrayed. So she also advised authorities, so people in power, our government, against dismissing climate anxiety. We're causing moral injury if we disregard these figures. And she added that young people must be listened to, understood, and taken seriously. If we can do that seriously and properly and truthfully, I would add, then young people can be reassured, protected, valued, and hopeful. So I end with that sharing. I'm happy to participate during the Q&A. Thank you very much.
Yay! Thank you very much, Ms. Nazrin. That was a very empowering presentation. And from your presentation, I can conclude that involving, empowering, and encouraging youths, as well as providing seats for them in a bigger conversation, will really amplify the movements we are making on climate efforts, for they are great mobilizers, educators, and as well as influencers. So we have to empower our youths. All right. Thank you so much, Mrs. Nazrin. All right, next up, we have Mr. Aditya Pundir, the branch manager of the Climate Reality Project India. Mr. Aditya Pundir is the branch manager for the Climate Reality Project India, and he took over the branch in 2010 and is posted in New Delhi. He received his training from Honorable Al Gore in 2009 in Australia and has conducted numerous presentations since then. He is active in community leadership, serving as honorary warden for civil defense from 2005 until 2011, and as an editor of an environmental website from 2008 onwards, and also has authored 5 environment education CD-ROMs and 3 comics. He holds a master's degree in business management and a graduation in geology with a diploma in green education and environmental reporting. So, hello, Mr. Aditya.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Nice. Hello to everyone. Hello to Amanda, Nazreen. It's great to be back in Indonesia, though virtually.
Though virtually. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so you will have 20 minutes for your presentation. So the room is yours.
Thank you. I'll just share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Very perfect.
Okay, then. Thank you very much. Let's start. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity today to talk about youth, science, and sustainable development goals. So just to begin my presentation, I would like to orient you towards the Indian situation, like how India is placed in this matrix of youth. Like India is probably one of the youngest countries today in the world. If you take the median age, it's around 28. And the population of the country is about 1.38 billion people, where the youth, which as Amanda also said, that India is considered between 15 to 29 years, they are about 400 million. So that's a huge population of probably more than Indonesia's population. So 400 million people is the youth, and about 38 million of them are in higher education. They are talking about students who are in colleges and universities. So this is how the youth is distributed in the country. So some of the major challenges which they are facing as a country, first I would like to talk to you about this so that you are able to understand like how the youth in India is doing and what they are trying to do. Like climate change, of course, is for India, South Asia, you can take as a whole, is probably one of the most pressing problems, natural disaster problems, which is happening today. We are having floods, we are having storms, we are having very intense cyclones hitting us, which we've never had in the past. Now they are coming with regularity. Nearly we are facing one super cyclone every year. And of course, extreme events have become very, very like the one you had in Jakarta. The similar events we are having now in a couple of cities, not only in one city, a number of cities of ours are suffering from these extreme events and flooding, which is associated with these events. And of course, as you know, India also has a huge mountain chain, and up in the north, these are the Himalayas. The Himalayas are also called the fourth pole. They're also called the third pole because they have like Arctic, Antarctic, they have the third highest amount of snow. And this ice is melting because of climate change, and it will cause a problem to nearly 40% of the global humanity, which is living in this region for water. So coming to now the economic challenges which the country is facing is that because of the COVID, there has been a massive job loss for the youth. As youth are most interested in jobs and what the future would be like. So there has been a massive job loss due to COVID. And there has been, as you know, a lot of people in rural India, they work towards the cities to do their work. And that includes a lot of young people, especially all the people who can do some work. The young people, they migrate towards the city. But because of this COVID happening in the last year, we've had a very, very bad situation. And a lot of people went without food, they went without wages. So it's a very bad situation. And India has up to 200 million people living below poverty line. So these are some of the macro challenges which the country faces. So now I will talk about youth and science influence, how much the SDG goals are achieved because youth is going to play a very important role as per the United Nations, that how we achieve the 2030 SDG goal. And in India's case, it is going to be even more important. So coming to what youth would be looking for. They're looking for a good education in science. If we take youth and science together, they're looking at some professional opportunities in science implementation, because if you do study in a university, you learned a lot of science, you learned a lot of biology, physics, chemistry, you learned about nuclear science. Now, where do you implement it? So those opportunities should be there to give a good employment, which is satisfactory. And then, of course, we are looking at social integration with policy and communities, like the people who are the youth, when they get their jobs, when they start contributing, then they should be able to do it in a healthy manner in their own society. They should not feel ostracized. They should not feel that they are not wanted. So they have to be inclusive. The society has to be inclusive of their efforts. So these are some of the needs which we have identified with the youth would be looking for. And then youth has a huge amount of influence. Like, as you see, a youth can influence a lot of people. They have their friends and family. They have professional contacts. They have the community around them. So this is how you have a circle of influence where the youth can really cause an impact by influencing the people around them in the sustainable goals development. Because as you know, what is sustainable development goals? SDG is nothing but having a better society, which is more inclusive, more prosperous, more caretaking, and more where the environment friendly, I would say. So if all these things, they'll be better able to communicate. Now, let us look at some of the opportunities which the youth and science have. Like one of the biggest opportunities which is emerging is in food and agriculture. There's a lot of, because as you know, the population of the world is going to be 10 billion by 2050. So there's a need for a lot of youth in science who are in labs today, like probably in your university today in biology, who are working in genetics, who are working in scientific work, to find out new seeds, find out new ways of doing agriculture, because we have to feed 10 billion people. So your SDG number 1 of poverty, the SDG of hunger, the SDG of good health, climate change, and life on land. All these 5 SDGs get directly impacted by with the scientific implementation by youth of in the agriculture field, because now we are realizing that the soil health is playing so much of role in climate control as well as in the future productivity of soils. So there's a huge amount of scope for the youth in science to work on food and agriculture, and probably not only will be they able to contribute to themselves personally, but also will they be able to contribute in a big way to the community in food and agriculture. The second thing I would like to talk about is water management. Water management is again going to be a key place where the youth can make a very big impression in the coming times, because sustainable use in agriculture, industry, the rainwater harvesting, these are some of the questions which now everybody's asking. Then water recycling and wastewater treatment has become very important. Like you take the example of Singapore, which is completely recycling all its water. They don't have much access to fresh water. They have no lakes, they don't have rivers. So they're just recycling the whole water. So this is the kind of technology the youth has to work on, and it has a huge potential globally. Like I can talk about India. A lot of Indian youth is now working towards all these technologies of water purification. How do you desalinate water, seawater for drinking water? So I think, again, this is going to be a very, very big scope where the youth can work and contribute. And this, I think everybody is talking, all the youth are talking about today who are in the scientific community, even in non-scientific community, is that clean energy. Clean energy is definitely one of the solutions for climate change, and is also a very good solutions for countries like India and Indonesia, which are very big logistically, and it's not possible to cover them by traditional grids. So solar is really taking off. Wind energy is really taking off. And this will also help in our achieving of our SDG goal 7, SDG 8, 13, 9. All these SDGs are greatly impacted by when we work towards clean energy. And it is said that 24 million jobs will be there by 2030. So for the youth, it will be a great place where they'll get a lot of jobs in the coming times. And all over the world, this sector is growing exponentially. So solar, wind, thermal, bio, all these places are going to be places where I think the youth can get involved. And another good part about the clean energy, solar energy, is that we really don't need very, very highly qualified people. Like we don't need super tech youth to do the whole thing. We have both. We will need super tech youth to do the research part, to do the high-end work. Plus we need semi-skilled people to install these energy panels, to maintain these panels. So therefore we will have both. In case if we have rural youth or youth which is not very highly skilled, even they will have a job potential. And the youth who is very intelligent, has a very, very well trained, then they can actually work in the labs and probably develop better solar panels. So there's again a huge potential in clean energy. And talking about energy itself, production of energy is one place you can get a lot of youth involved. Another place the youth can get involved is scientifically is in carbon reduction and energy efficiency opportunities. Now, as you know, we all are talking about net zero 2050. I think a youth must be hearing about, and by 2030 we have to bring globally the emissions should be down by 50%. Now, how is it possible? So one of the most efficient way the youth can find a way is through efficiency. If they can improve the efficiency of the factories, they can improve the efficiency of their machines. So this is a huge line, very, very rewarding, and a lot of potential for people, for the young people to get involved scientifically and try to see how they can save more energy and probably help the globe reach its targets. And it again, as I said, is going to directly implicate your SDGs 7, 8, 13, and 9 are going to get directly impacted. And one more thing I will like to talk about before moving forward is that the youth should really concentrate on storage of electricity. Now, this is one key area where I will tell you, like people are looking for money for a startup. I'm quite sure even in Jakarta, a lot of young people must be thinking of startups. This is one line where you get $1 million to start with, if you have an idea. So money is not a problem. They'll ask you, how much do you want? $1 million is the starting. So that kind of a role youth can play out here, who are in universities, who are working on technologies, that they have these, how they can come up with storage solution for this energy we are talking about, clean energy. And probably this is going to be the biggest challenge and the biggest gold mine in coming times for the youth, in terms of storage. How do you store the electricity, clean energy? And coming to another very exciting field for youth is mobility, electric cars, electric bikes, trains, buses. This is again one sector which is very, very carbon intensive. And now it is going transformation. And a lot of new things are coming up. And I can tell you about the India experience. We have, I think, more than 24 startups who have now consisting of, I think the average age would be around, I think 23, 24. So these young people, everybody's coming out with a new concept, either of charging of these vehicles. Some people are coming out with new type of batteries. Some people are coming out with some new way of sharing the vehicles, electric vehicles. So this is again an exciting line where the youth can really apply their minds. And this will also help us in achieving our SDG goals, because it helps the cities in the infrastructure part, helps climate change by reducing of your emissions, and is of course good for the economic, for the whole for a whole society as such. And of course, goal number 7 is always there. Now coming to waste management. Waste, again, people feel is bad, but then waste is a gold mine in case people who are studying biology, people who are studying science, the youth, they should try to understand, well, this is what we are looking at, decomposition, bacterial action, and all those things. Now, how do we handle, as you know, this the solid waste, municipal solid waste will be 3.4 billion by 2050. That's huge. That's the World Bank figure which is talking about. So when you're talking about this kind of waste, which is only 5% composted, it's a great opportunity for youth to think about how they can find out new ways of decomposing, how they can research on new bacteria, how they can work on new processes. All this will give them, not only make them very wealthy, but will also make the countries more cleaner, and the society as such will become richer. So this is a huge opportunity area. And I see goal number 12, which everybody is talking about these days because of how you consume goods. So this is one thing which directly is going to work on goal number 12 of SDG. And of course, goal number 2 of hunger, climate change, and industry innovation also gets impacted by this. So these are some of the key things which I feel which are going to help us, the youth, and in putting their scientific knowledge so that they can improve the planet, they can improve the countries, they can improve their own societies, communities. And the Climate Reality India is working on an education program with the youth, where we are working on teachers training and green campuses, where we are trying to take these concepts into the institutions, where we're trying to make the campuses, the universities more efficient, both in terms of energy, waste, water conservation. So all these things we are trying to talk to the institutions so that the youth get exposed to these concepts and these ideas very early in their life. And I'm quite sure once they get fired up by these ideas, they can come up with solutions. And we've been very successful in the last 2 years, despite COVID. A couple of institutions have been participating with us. Every year we do a campaign, and the youth have come up with wonderful projects where they have applied all their knowledge and they have literally transformed the places where they have worked. So I think, so that's why I feel personally that this is a huge amount of synergy which is possible once this youth start working on these problems. Only things required is identification of the problem properly, and then the scientific application of how the solution should work. So if the youth is able to do this, I think we are on the right path. And another example I'll give you, like one of the programs we did with the institution which became a green campus. And after 1 year, they told us that they've done 10,000 acts of leadership. Like, that's phenomenal. Like, we were blown away when we got this report from this institution. Like, every kid in this institution did something. Either they planted trees, or they worked on waste, or they did solar something. So that's the kind of power actually the youth has once they start firing on all cylinders. And I'll just like to end by saying that's a very famous living scientist, Edward O. Wilson, the biologist, I think all people must be knowing about in the university, is that this is the biggest challenge. He's very nicely summarized it, not in a very lengthy way of an SDG talking about. He just talks about that this is the biggest challenge we have. How do we make everybody live in a proper way in this coming world without harming the things around us? So with that, I'll thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be with you. Bye.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Raditya. So from your presentation, I can take some key takeaways where the transition to a much better, cleaner, and more sustainable future business, both business and industries, can actually provide many opportunities for youth to contribute to climate act, as well as improving the economical status in the country, right? All right, now we have heard the presentation from our speakers. Now to the question and answer session. If anyone would like to ask our speakers anything about youth, science, and the link between those two, feel free to use the raise hand feature, or if you have any connection issues, you can put the question in the chat box and we'll help you read the questions to our speakers. So, if anyone has any questions, you can ask anything about climate, youth, and how is the link between those two are like affecting our climate. So, okay, so before we wait for the questions, I would like to ask Ibu Titi first. So, is there any natural resources in Gorontalo that are considered as a sustainable renewable energy, at least for the Gorontalo society itself? Apakah di Gorontalo itu ada resources yang punya potensi untuk sebagai renewable energy gitu Bu, yang bisa dimanfaatkan untuk komunitas di Gorontalo sendiri?
Ya, terima kasih Mbak Samantha. Kami di sini punya banyak geotermal. Nah, ini kan potensi yang sangat besar sebenarnya. Saat ini penggunaannya itu masih sebatas seperti untuk sauna dan mungkin untuk lokasi-lokasi permandian air panas seperti itu ya. Sebenarnya kalau potensi itu sangat besar, tapi belum dikelola dengan baik gitu. Mungkin salah satunya itu Mbak Samantha.
Oke, terima kasih banyak Ibu. Berarti sebetulnya ada tapi harus dikembangin lagi gitu ya Bu ya. Okay, thank you, Ibu. So we have a question from Ratna Sulistiawati for Ibu Amanda. During this pandemic, people's mobility is drastically reduced, which also reduces carbon emissions. Is there a significant way to reduce carbon emissions, but not interfering with post-pandemic economic recovery? So Ibu Amanda, if you please.
Thank you for the question. And perhaps Aditya and Nasrin could also share their opinion on this question, because right now, many people, scientists, government officials are talking about green recovery. Green recovery, so we are having economic recovery, but with the green topic in it. For example, Aditya also mentioned about clean energy, mobility, and other things that have low carbon emission. But in Indonesia, I did a, not really survey, but I tried to observe the recovery activities involving environmental actions. You know that the government assistance also assists people with low income families. And some of the activities are related to forest and then clean rivers and also the neighborhood. So the keywords are green recovery, and many organizations and companies are working on it as well. Although right now the pandemic is reducing carbon emission, but the carbon concentration in the atmosphere is still high. So we still have to remember that. That's why green recovery is very, very important.
All right, thank you, Ibu Amanda. All right, Mrs. Nazrin, please.
Okay, I want to jump in. I would like to discuss the concept of mobility. During the lockdown in the Philippines, I mean in the entire world, we saw cycling in a different light. When I say cycling, bicycle, I know most of our youth are maybe not the recent the present youth, but most of us in my age, in my generation, we are fond of cycling. That's our pastime during the afternoon. But we saw cycling in a different light during the pandemic because of the lockdown, because of this strict quarantine guidelines. Frontliners, when we talk about frontliners, the doctors, the nurses, they were forced to use bicycles to go to work, to go to places, because of the lockdown there were no public transportation. So we thought during the pandemic, what is the best way to campaign or to call out the government that they should be prioritizing the majority of Filipinos who do not own cars. So in 2015, there's a study from the Japan International Cooperation Agency, from JICA, that surveyed that in the Philippines, in Metro Manila, the capital region in the Philippines, 88% of Filipino household do not own a single car, meaning only 12% of the Filipino people in the metro are causing the traffic. So imagine the traffic in the Philippines. It's like a big parking lot at 9 in the morning or at 5 in the evening when most of the workers are going home. So we are not moving people, we are moving cars. And the mindset of the government, the policymakers are to move cars, not people. So I think I think this is a low hanging fruit. If we prioritize majority of the Filipinos or the majority of the people who do not own cars and make available infrastructure like safe bike lanes, I think this is cheaper than building skyways or I don't know what's it called in other countries, but expressways rather, than building expressways. So this is simple. It's low carbon. There's no pollution when you traverse using bicycle. At the same time, it's also good for your health, not only physically but also mentally. Some also cycle because this is their way of spiritual meditation. Another is that I think cycling is also an inclusive mode of transportation, because we see that we should give spaces for public transportation to our persons with disability who couldn't cycle. To our elderly who couldn't cycle. So we give those spaces to them. And for those who could cycle, we could cycle to work. And not only that, we're providing clean energy for mobility, but we're also helping provide, again, the majority of Filipinos this space to for safe travels.
All right. Thank you so much, Mrs. Nazrin. And Mr. Aditya, do you have any additions to this question?
Thank you. See, the thing is, regarding the recovery after this pandemic, the clean recovery, unfortunately, the news is not very good. Like the day before yesterday, the UNEP's report has come out on before these negotiations, COP26. And it's come out with a disastrous news that most of the money for the recovery went into those old ways of doing things, the old transport and all things, which is quite disappointing. But the silver lining is that, yeah, there was some money which went to the new transportation, electric transportation, research and development, innovation of doing things. So as Amanda and Nazreen have pointed out, yeah, these are the things which we have to focus on. And even in India, we are trying to focus on how we can probably orient, because all the governments of the world are looking for quick solutions. They want a quick fix in next 3 months, 6 months. So the easiest thing is to do those things which you were doing before. So, but as I said, the silver lining is that especially in Europe, the plan which has come out and what President Biden is talking about, that new technologies will get a decent amount of fund in coming times. So that's a good thing, I think.
All right. Wow. That's really great. All right. So we have another question from Sad to Miss, but if Ibu Amanda or Mrs. Nazrin and Ibu Titi has also and have like wants to answer this question as well, feel free to answer this. All right. All right. So from Sad to Mr. Aditya, if anyone have any idea and wants to present any country's government, what kind of measurements or steps he need to adopt to make his idea more impressive and government so that the government will acknowledge the ideas.
Okay. Yes, thank you so much. Nowadays, there are a lot of forums where you should look for, like even the government of India. Okay, I'll tell you from the government of India's perspective, like we have a planning body called Niti Aayog. So they come out with a lot of competitions, and they come out with a lot of they come out with new ideas, and all the industries, literally like electrical industry, the automobile industry, the agriculture industry, everybody is these days coming out at least once a year with the program where they're asking for young people to apply with projects for funding. And the funding is also available in decent brackets, like it starts from around $10,000 and can go up to $100,000 to begin with. So this is the type of projects and this type of competitions which are available. So I will recommend my friend who's asked this question that you can look forward in your governments, like on the internet, on website, Google it, about these type of competition. That's number one. Number two is there are also now a lot of association, the private bodies, like for example, even Climate Reality has helped 2-3 competitions on UN goals, SDG goals, where they are working independently, but they are also having association with the government. So these private competitions between the universities, the competition between the states, so you should take parts in that and apply for them. Now, the only thing you have to look forward to is go through the terms and conditions of how they want you to do it. Like, don't give up your complete idea right in the beginning, because then somebody else may take it away. So go through it in a proper way, write down your project objective and like the basic report of how you have to do it. Probably, again, you will get it. These days, Google has everything. So you can find out a report somebody has submitted, use it as a guideline, make it, like, of course, write your own report, use it as a guideline, and then present it. And if your idea gets selected, then they will ask you to come out with a proper report. But by the time you already established that this is your idea.
All right. Now, Ibu Amanda or Mrs. Nazrin or even Ibu Titi have any answers on this?
Nazrin and Ibu Titi first. I'll go last.
All right.
Okay, as I've presented, there are government platforms that are available for the youth to to approach, where they could share their thoughts, they could send in their letter. I mean, these platforms are really designed with the youth in mind, and it's actually for them. It's not for the government. So it's more of right now. I think later it would be related to my to the next question on the chat box. Is that how to let the youth know that these platforms exist? So it's a challenge because, as I've said also in my presentations, these platforms were also used for partisan politics rather than having that program be a platform for collaboration, for sharing of insights, and for sharing of the voices, for standing for the voices and positions of the youth. Second, with all of us getting comfortable online, there are so many ideathons. Before I started joining Climate Reality, I'm not familiar with ideathon, but I believe our youth are into these types of programs, finding quick solutions where a certain entity or organization would be willing to pour in some seed money to put this ideas and projects of the youth into an incubator stage. And I believe the part that where civil society organizations and other academic institutions and also the local government units could take in is to how to sustain these ideas from the youth into something that is marketable, profitable for them as well, because these are solutions that really addresses the environmental and climate change issues. So there.
Yay, all right, thank you. Ibu Amanda, please.
Thank you. If some of you have seen presentations by Mr. Al Gore or one of our climate reality leaders from Climate Reality all over the world, at the end, usually there is a slide that says, join those who have, what was it, Aditya? The same voice, the same choices. In essence, you cannot be alone. You have to join either an organization or a group to put your ideas forward. And then I agree with what Aditya said, that don't put everything on the table yet. But it is important that you join an organization, an association, or a group. And then what is difficult is this kind of thing takes time. You cannot just have an idea and then after 6 months, an organization or a big corporation will accept your idea and pay for it. Persistency and consistency is always important. And Nasrin and Aditya also mentioned about ideathon, hackathon. I've been a judge for several hackathons, and especially in the last few years, there are hackathons related to environment and climate, on waste, on food waste, on technology, all kinds of things, either national, regional, and international. And always the prize is, of course, subsidizing your ideas. So that is very important. And then another question is, will people listen to our idea? This is one thing that I say over and over again in some events that I participated in. In 2019, there was the Youth Climate Summit in New York, where there were 1,000 youth from all over the world, dominated the UN headquarters in New York. And the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, decided that he will be the keynote listener, because usually as a Secretary General, he's always a keynote speaker. Now he said, I want to be a keynote listener and I want to listen to the aspirations of the youth. So that's that. And we tried that in Indonesia. The Climate Reality Indonesia had a big activities. Maybe you were there as well, Samantha, and Darren and Jenna, you were also there. So there were youth represented in 40 organizations in Indonesia, and they organized focus group discussions with different topics and formulated their aspirations, their ideas. So like Nasrin said, we also try to be a bridge between the youth and decision makers. Then we designed a meeting with decision makers and the youth with their aspirations resulted from the focus group discussions. And of course, decision makers, being senior, they're not used to, being told what to do by the youth. But then we said that, hey, listen, even a UN Secretary General has to be a keynote listener. Why not you just listen to the youth ideas? So then they listened and doors were open that the youth are welcome to go to the parliament, to go to offices, government offices, meeting high-ranking officials. But then again, like I said, persistency and consistency are the most important aspects. Because being young, you always have lots of ideas, and you would like to try new things, new ventures. So please be consistent if you really would like to have your ideas conveyed, accepted, and implemented.
All right, thank you, Ibu Amanda. So the point is you have to be consistent and persistent to like deliver your message and of course be kind of loud. Okay, so we have actually a question for Mrs. Nazrin, but since our time is running out, so if you would please answer the question from Ratna in the chat, feel free to answer it on the chat. All right. Now, that was a very fruitful discussion. And from the discussion, I can summarize several points, which are number one, Indonesia have high biodiversity that needs to be protected and conserved. And we cannot do that without our youth contribution. And so youth can contribute in so many ways and help accelerate the progress on climate efforts as long as they are involved, empowered, and taken seriously by our stakeholders, business owners, and also policymakers. And also, youth need to be loud, brave, and to join and share your thoughts to many forums and platforms, as well as being consistent and persistent. All right, so thank you very much once again to Ibu Titi and Pak Budi, Ibu Amanda, Mrs. Nazrin, and Mr. Aditya for the very inspiring and empowering presentation. But before we close the session, we will give our speakers a token of appreciation as our way to thank you for today's presentation and participation that will be led by the coordinator of the 4th summer course on Biology 2021, Dr. Puji Rianti. So Dr. Puji Rianti, the room is yours.
Thank you, Samantha. Okay, so I guess the first one will go to, okay, so this is the certificate for Mr. Budianto Siddiqui. Thank you so much. Represent ya by Ibu Titi. Terima kasih sudah hadir Ibu. Dan semoga semua informasi yang tadi juga sudah diberikan itu bisa bermanfaat nanti untuk kita semua ya. So hopefully all the information that you give us, to know more about Gorontalo, of course, yeah, and especially also for the international students or international participants, this is very valuable information. Terima kasih, Ibu.
You're welcome, Mbak.
Okay, so and then the next one to Dr. Amanda Katili. So please accept our token of appreciation. Dr. Amanda Katili as the manager of the Climate Reality Project Indonesia branch. Thank you so much for your insight that hopefully giving some ideas for youth in Indonesia in particular, yeah, to cope up with their scientific knowledge and also doing some action in the society to achieve the sustainable development goals. Thank you, Ibu.
Thank you, IPB. Thank you, Dr. Pujirianti.
Okay, and then next also for Mrs. Nazrin Castro as the manager of the Climate Reality Project Philippines. Thank you so much for your sharing, particularly how the Philippine youth engage with their environment and nature, and hopefully it's also giving us some idea for the Indonesian youth or the other participants. So thank you, and please accept our token of appreciation. Thank you so much for your time.
Really an honor. Thank you, Dr. Puji.
Last but not least, I would like to say thank you as well to Dr. Aditya Pundir. Thank you so much for your time. Please accept our token of appreciation. And thank you for your insight, especially the one that engaging the education, teachers, and also Green Campus, with this climate crisis and information. So hopefully later on there are some example that maybe we can also adopt in Indonesia. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. So thank you once again to all the speakers for your time and knowledge and sharing. Hopefully everything is good, yeah, and fruitful knowledge also for the participants. Back to you, Samantha. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Pujurianti. Now, we have officially closed the discussion session. Now we're going to the next session, which is Sumpah Pemuda, or the Youth Pledge recitation. So I would like to invite my friends, Jenna and Darren, to be on stage with me. Hi, Jenna and Darren. Hi.
Hi.
All right.
Hi, Kasem.
Okay.
Hi, Darren.
Hi. Okay, so before we recite our youth pledge, I want to ask you first. So I would like to ask Darren first. So Darren, what does being part of the youth means for you?
Okay, for me, thank you for the question, Sam. I think being part of the youth means that your voice is being or getting multiplied. That you know that you are not alone. As what Bu Amanda mentioned, that we cannot be in this climate movement just on our own, because that will be hard. You know, it will be really dreadful. But when you are part of something bigger, like for instance, in my case, it's part of the youth with the Climate Reality Project Youth, it's such an honor to be voicing the issue together. So it means a lot to me because now I have not only one voice, but I have a much bigger voice that is more noticeable and more powerful. So I think that's what being part of the youth means to me.
Okay, thank you, Darren. And Jenna, what do you think are the roles of the youth in the climate movements?
Yeah, so just to also what I think are the roles of the youth in the climate movement, to summarize what Ms. Nazrin already said in her presentation. I would summarize it in one word, that youth have the important role of being a change maker. We understand the issues and the problems that is currently happening, and we also have the voice, the strength, and the quantity to demand for changes and act for changes. And yeah, I think that's what the important role of a youth is in the climate movement.
Okay, so now to both of you, why is this oath important to you?
I think we should start with you, Sam. I think you should start and then
Yeah.
Okay. So I think this oath, why is this oath important is, well, with this oath, I feel like I will always like owe my country some contributions in the climate actions. Like I have been, well, being born here, I have been provided by so many biodiversities and all the things, all the good things. And I feel like if we're not giving back to both the nature and the people as well, I feel like I'm just taking it for granted. So I feel like this is like a commitment to myself that I have to give back to Indonesia. So what about you, Darren and Jenna?
Oh, okay, maybe I can go first, Darren. Is that okay?
Yeah.
To me, this oath symbolizes that in order to make changes, we the youth have to work together. We have to set aside our differences and come together to make a collective action and really moving the steering wheel of the future towards a better future and a better environment.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you both said. Maybe my response to this would be a bit different. Like, of course, it reminds us of responsibilities and giving back to the country. But for me, it's more of a privilege. I think it's a privilege to be Indonesian, first of all. And second of all, I think our country like nonetheless, all countries have their own pros and cons, but with Indonesia, we have lots of biodiversity, we have lots of cultures, traditions, languages, local wisdoms, like there's a lot, like a lot. So with this oath, it's to remind me, to remind the youth that we should not take this for granted, just like what Samantha just mentioned. And that, you know, it's the country is very resourceful. We should really get good use of it. Of course, in a good way, we should not exploit it, but we should remind ourselves like it's not renewable if we can't make it renewable. Like it's a finite source. It's not infinite unless we're smart at managing it, organizing it, and you know, do that stuff. So this oath is really, it has a special place in my heart. Yeah.
All right. So before we recite this, I would like to introduce our youth pledge to everyone that is not Indonesian. So you will understand why is this important, why is this oath important to us. And so the youth pledge was created by the youths, of course, for the youth, of course, for the youths as well in October 28 in 1928. So it was created by PPPI atau Perhimpunan Pelajar Indonesia or the Indonesian Student Association through 3 meetings in 2 days. It was an organization with Indonesian students from across the country as its members, and it was meant to unite the Indonesian youths to move forward as a whole instead of separate entities. And I think and everyone can recite this as well, and will lead the recitals of the youth pledge. And I will start first.
Wait,
Okay.
Samantha, I
Yes.
think just through what Bu Amanda just presented, Indonesians who are 15 through 30 should probably open their cameras because today is the day. But if you are above 30, you're also welcome. Just, you know, reminiscing on your youth days. I
Yep.
mean, this is universal, right? Everyone is young, everyone can be youth whenever, wherever they are. But Sam, I think we are going to play a video
Oh, of course.
to
Right.
recite the pledge. So I think
Okay.
the operator can help us play the video, but we would love for you to open your cameras and recite it together.
Yeah, so let's do the pledge together, everyone. Yeah. Can follow also the video.
Oh, I think the sound.
No sound? Yeah. If we can.
No, we cannot hear the sound, Mbak Puji.
It's
Mbak
still on
Farika?
mute, Mbak.
Yep.
Mbak Farika? Getting ready.
Sumpah Pemuda. 1. Kami, putra dan putri Indonesia, mengaku bertumpah darah yang satu, tanah Indonesia.
2. Kami, putra dan putri Indonesia, mengaku berbangsa yang satu, bangsa Indonesia.
3. Kami, putra dan putri Indonesia, menjunjung tinggi bahasa persatuan, bahasa Indonesia.
Yay.
So that's the youth pledge presented by the Climate Reality Youth, TCRP Indonesia Youth. So yeah, if you notice, some of us are in the videos. So we actually created that for of last year. So yeah.
All right, with the recital of the youth pledge, we will close this event, this lectures But before we officially close this, we would like to remind you to fill in the attendance link in the attendance form with the link on the chat. And what's next, Darren, before we close it?
Yes, so this is the third to the last event of the summer course. There will still be two events or classes in November 2nd, and also November 2nd will be on molecular innovation in future food and medicine. And then on November 8th, we will have molecular science for the green industry, biomimicry for green technology, and that also happens to be our last day of the summer course, last day of the program. I mean, the closing will then be on the 12th, November 12th. So if you are part or you are the participants of the summer course, make sure you mark them on your calendar. Yeah. Back to you, Sam.
And okay, there's another video before we close this.
I think that's the closing video, so I think we can
Okay.
close it and then people can watch it right away.
Before we close this session, maybe we can take a last photo session.
Sure. Photo session is the most important part of any events, right?
Yes, I agree with you, Sam. So for everyone, committee participants and also speakers, please turn on your camera. And to the operator who is going to take the picture, you can take the lead.
Okay, thank you. I will lead this photo together session. Maybe I can please you to turn on your camera. Okay, so there are two pages in here. I will start from page 1. Smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Next. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you, Mbak Farika, and thank you everyone for staying with us. And we hope that today's event inspired you and inspires you to take lots of climate action. So with that being said, we will close this event. So see you on the next event. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Happy.
So as the last one, please enjoy the video, yeah? Bye-bye.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born. The nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With a million timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Kota baru